Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, we can VC you, dude. I'm hopping in soon. Hey, Bankai, how you doing, buddy? It's currently very warm. Just got the air conditioning unit on.
I feel you there.
One of the first times this year we've actually had to use it.
Let's see how long it takes you to beat the 6.
I mean, it'll take me a hell of a long time, since he never fights the 6 all at once.
I know, I'm just talking because, you know...
I'll have to create an entirely new game for that to happen.
I would like to see it, but we won't get an answer anytime soon.
Oh, funny story. I'm really mad at myself because I meant to save this comment and I can't find it now. Yeah, on one of on one of my debunked shorts, someone called me a Riri, and it was in like a held for a review comment, but I can't find it now. I'm very disappointed.
I don't even know what that actually means.
Wait a minute, sorry. There you go. It's in a disagreement there. It's a polite way of saying that. Yeah, and it got held for review. I'm so mad because I accepted it and now I can't find it. I can't remember which fucking one it was. I'm like scrolling through it and I still can't find it. I'm mad.
I will say this, when it comes to people who insult, sometimes it's a projection.
I mean, whenever people insult, it's usually because they're personally offended or they're losing the argument. There's no, like... Oh, I can't find it. It's pissing me off. It was so funny as well, because there was, like, no context or anything. Like, they were just like, yeah, you're a Riri. It's like, okay, thanks. Oh, I'm so pissed. I can't find it. Maybe they deleted it. Who knows?
Or it probably got monetized, depending on... Because some people can, like, you know, put an offensive comment on YouTube, and I've seen, like, them, like, fly off, even though you can take it out of proportions as something else.
Yeah, I'm mad. I wish I could have, I should have screenshot it when I had the chance, but... Oh, there was another guy that made me laugh. He was like, oh, what do you mean he doesn't beat the 6? He does it all the time in the comics. I'm like, yeah, there are different versions of the character, my guy.
Even then, I wouldn't say Peter beats the 6 in the comics. Like, more often than not, Peter loses to the 6. He actually needs to plan to beat them.
You played Transformers Devastator. I've literally never played that game. Is it any good?
It's good. It's like a action packed like game where you're just like slashing, shooting, and dodging. It's very cinematic. It reminds me of like Naruto Storm. I'm not sure if it's made by the same people, but it's kind of like that. It's not a bad game. It's just not very memorable. It's a fun time though. The only Transformers games I feel like should be like played nowadays is like the Cybertron series, War and Fall.
Yeah, well, the War for Cybertron games were good.
I mean, I stand by this. Fall is the best Transformers game I've ever played, just in terms of like story and just carrying.
Yeah, Fall was pretty good, especially for like a solo adventure. I really like the idea that War for Cybertron had, where like you had like 3 different characters and you could choose which one you played as, but I don't know, it could have been better.
Speaking of which, when it comes to Transformers 1, it's kind of one of those things where I've watched Transformers Prime, I've seen the origin story to, Optimus and Megatron, and I know that's not the exact route they're going for, but a similar route to it.
Yeah.
Or if it's going to be as good as like how they told it in one version of the story versus another.
I don't know, I want it to be good, but I'm kind of not looking forward to it in the slightest.
I mean, unless it gets dark, like, it's showing to be comedic and lighthearted. I just hope that dark elements, like, just to bring up the stakes.
I don't know. I mean, hopefully, but I don't know. I just think, like, Rise of the Beast was good as like its own kind of thing, but even then, that film had issues.
My problem with Rise of the Beast is just the overall sense that the Autobots just didn't really... They felt generic or ineffective. Like, even Optimus felt like he didn't know what he was doing compared to, like, the Bumblebee film.
Yeah, I guess. I think that's par for the course, though, when you have characters like, when you effectively have, like, 2 different factions working on the same team, and you only have, like, 3 villains. Unfortunately, the villains are just, like, gonna have to be way stronger just to make it more interesting.
I mean, I'm always on the mindset that if there's, like, someone like Optimus Prime, they should at least rival the villain to the point, like, Optimus is the only one of the Autobots who could actually stand up to the villains.
I mean, to be fair, that was how it was in the film, though, wasn't it? Because, like, Optimus 1v1 Scourge.
It was kind of like that. It was just one of those things where the first fight, Optimus was out of his element, and it was only in the second fight was he enraged and actually, like, went all out.
I think that makes more sense, though, because, like, Scourge killed Bumblebee and stole the Autobot insignia from him, so I think that makes a bit more sense.
Because Optimus, like, it doesn't matter which version you ask, Optimus always holds back, and he usually only goes all out when he's given motivation to.
Yeah, like, I think my biggest issue with the recent films is 3 days back-to-back streaming. Yeah, facts. It's gonna be 4 days tomorrow. Don't get used to it, though. I think my biggest issue with the recent films, like how they portray the Transformers, is they just don't feel like warriors. You know, like, in the first film, even though it was kind of light-hearted in a sense, like, you kind of believed that they had actually been fighting a war for ages. It's like, obviously, Optimus, it's kind of hard to fuck up Optimus Prime. Like, he's a great character, but he's not the most complicated of characters. Like, and obviously in 07, they did a fantastic job. It's like, Ironhide was pretty great, whether you like him or hate him. You know, he was very serious, but also, light-hearted in a sense. So pretty much all 5 of the OG Autobots, like, you believed that they had been fighting a war, even though they obviously weren't evil or dark by any means.
I mean, that's the thing about the Transformers films, like, what draws to them, it's like the idea of a military war. That's why, like, when people saw Blackout destroy the military base, like, that whole scene...
That was fucking awesome.
But that's what I'm trying to say, is, like, if the whole movie was, like, that tone, where it was like, oh, Sam is bringing the lightheartedness, but it wasn't, like, over... Because Sam and his story kind of overplayed its welcome, where he should have been, like, the audience insert, but he shouldn't, like, have... Like, he should have some plot relevance, but not to the point that he overcomes most of the film.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'm pretty sure we can all agree the worst part of the Transformers films is just the humans. Even though some of the humans are fucking awesome, like nearly said J.K. Simmons. That's not what he's called something really similar. What the fuck's he called?
Huh? Yeah, that guy. 7.
Yeah, the guy from 07, Revenge of the... I think he's called Simmons, but it's like, his first name is, like, different. Yeah, like, that guy's fucking awesome. And I love the fact that in Dark of the Moon, he even wrote a book where like he 1v1'd Megatron or some shit. I just love that guy. He's just full of attitude. But most of the like, there's a theory going around which I actually agree with. You know, Captain Lennox, like the military guy. There was an idea going around where he should have been the main human, and like the story revolves around him because like he's a soldier, he's got a family, that kind of thing. I think it would have made more sense.
Like, just imagine him talking about having a baby girl, just, you know, trying to get back to his family, but trying to stop the war from happening. And it's kind of like he was the audience insert. Whereas, like, yeah, he's more realistic on how he can help the Autobots.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I just think it's remarkably convenient that, I mean, it's not even Sam. Like, it's mainly just his grandfather that found Megatron. Megatron killed his grandfather and imprinted the, coordinates to the Allspark in the glasses. Like, Sam's fucking irrelevant for the most part. It's just his grandfather that's actually relevant. Then Sam just goes along for the ride for the most part.
You remember those that girl who worked in finding the virus that Decepticons were using on Air Force One?
Yeah.
And now that guy to like figure out what exactly they found. Like, those two, they didn't overstay their welcome in the film. In fact, I felt like they were one of the best parts. Like, their humor.
What, Carly and... the other guy. The guy who ate the donuts. Don't know his name.
He's like, I ate the whole plate. The whole plate.
and then he's like, oh, I have diabetes or whatever.
She's the one you want. It's just, it's like those two is how Sam should have been in the film, where it's like, he plays some relevance, but he's not the main character.
We have a couple of, I agree. I think Captain Lennox should have been the main character, or maybe someone like Cade from the final two films. Because at the very least, it kind of makes sense for him, like, his area of expertise can, like, help repair the Autobots to an extent.
Yeah, my problem with Cade is that he was kind of like a pseudo-intellectual. It was just one of those things where Cade sounded like he was trying to fix things, but the way he was doing it, like, even his daughter I didn't like. Like, there was just this moment in the film where she's like, oh, all you had to do was report it, and it was like, there were moments in that film she pissed me off.
Oh yeah, like, the humans in that film sucked, aside from Cade, but I think Cade probably sucked the least, just because he was, like, actually interesting to an extent. We do have a couple of debates in the chat, which I want to get your opinion on. If Peter can't beat the Sinister Six, can Miles do it? I think it depends. I think it depends on the version of Miles. If you're using Miles from his solo game, then no, I do think he gets clapped. Like, he has the raw power, and you know, he's probably just as fast as Peter, maybe a bit more agile, but I think he just lacks the experience. Obviously, Spider-Man 2 Miles probably claps. The power creep in the second game was just insane.
I mean, from my perspective with it, is that if Otto was prepping for Peter, if we're going under the assumption that Otto had prep time, he would give the villains, like, means to resist Miles' electricity blasts. Like, just like how Roxxon did with Rhino.
Yeah, I don't know, because, like, I mean, Otto didn't really prep for Peter in a sense where, like, he was gonna, like, no-diff his abilities. I think it was mainly just getting everyone, like, as prepared as possible for him. So, like, enhancing Vulture's tech, you know, Electro's harness, that kind of thing. But, like, none of the villains were really, like, web-proof, you know, like, to give an example.
Well, I'm just, like, thinking Otto made his arm specifically to either fight Peter or, like, tangle the Sinister Six members.
Yeah. Maybe.
I'm just saying, like, if Otto was smart, he wouldn't, like, you know, take it up to chance. That's all.
I don't know why I'm having such dog shit FPS. I don't know why why the FPS is cheeks at the moment. I do think Miles would probably win that, though. Aside from anything else, like, he's got the AoE of blasts with his lightning kind of thing.
Another ask in terms of Miles' evolved electricity, is it implied that, I don't know how to say it, but his original Venom blasts were caused by a different emotion, and his new ones are caused from aggression or a different one. But it's not implied that, like, his power is damped in any way, rather he has more control over it, or his emotions allow him to, like, control it better. I'm just not sure.
I'm gonna have to disable these transporters.
No, I'm gonna need a... What do you mean I'm abandoning the mission? I'm literally flying around that fucking building. What do you mean? How am I?
That's why I'm here. Ready to serve all your
Fuck.
electricity and heat.
This is probably my least favorite mission in the entire game because of how strict they were with the boundaries.
Yeah.
Like, I'm literally here, and the game is like, yeah, you're out of bounds. It's like, no, I'm literally not. Also, I think it's just this mission in general, which just has very poor FPS for the most part, just because there's a lot of shit going on. Maybe that's just me coping. I don't know, but
I never really had FPS drops when I played this mission, but I'm just like it's possible that there were a few glitches here and there that I've experienced.
I mean, the fact that I'm streaming probably isn't helping matters. Jesus Christ! Hey, it's Norman Osborn's house. Fairly certain that's his penthouse.
It's funny how he's by the Avengers building. Like,
Yeah.
I always ask myself.
Right, I'm just building a bit of focus up just to get my health back. No, I'm not leaving the mission. What do you mean? Like, what? Uh-oh. Oh, that's bullshit. What the fuck even are they? Glad to see that my accuracy is dog shit as usual.
Only one more.
Right, there we go. Where's the last one? Whoa! I'm gonna get shot. Of course it's down there. No, I pulled out the camera! Shit! Didn't mean to do that. Right. Fuck you, Sable Agents. Unironically, that's probably the hardest mission in the entire main game for me. I don't know what it is. Like, they just do a load of damage. The rest of the mission's fine. It's just that one specific part I suck at. You go on.
Here's a question. In regards to Sable's faction versus Craven's faction, excluding Craven and Sable themselves, who actually wins in a battle?
I'd probably say the Craven hunters, mainly just because they have like tech that's reversed engineered from the supervillains. It's like Electro and Vulture. They have like tech based on those guys.
I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying. In fact, now that I think about it, the demons were enough to, like, give them trouble, and that was just one faction of Mr. Negative's power.
Yeah, true. In answer to your other question, what do you think of Rodimus Prime? Fucking terrible. No one beats Optimus. Sorry.
Here's the thing about Rodimus. He was meant as a replacement for Optimus in the original take, but that idea was so hated they had to bring Optimus back. That's how bad it was.
like, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter who you are, Ultra Magnus, Rodimus Prime, Sentinel Prime, no one beats Optimus, sorry.
It's interesting because Optimus, depending on the story you read, is an everyman type of person who just ended up becoming worthy through actually earning it. Like, he had to go to Alphatrine, he had to learn as much as he could, go to Primus himself, get the Matrix. Like, it's not like he was just born special. That's what makes him one of the
I mean, it kind of depends on the adaptation, because obviously you have some, like, Orion packs where, like, Megatron killed him, then he was reborn as Optimus. You have some adaptations, like, the War for Cybertron games, where, like, he was already a soldier, he was just Optimus, and then he became a Prime. I think either way is fine. Like, the adaptations do a good job regardless.
Well, in War, he was actually a librarian first. When the war happened, then he became a soldier.
Well, yeah, but, like, he was always Optimus, that's what I mean. Like, it's not really implied that he was ever Orion Pax. He might have been at one point. Maybe he changed his name to Optimus when the war begun. I don't know, but...
Yeah, it's just hard to say. All I know is that Optimus is considered one of those characters who, like, is inspiring in the sense that he says that leadership isn't granted, it's earned, despite having the Matrix.
Yeah, and as well, I think it just depends on the adaptation as well, because, like, you have some versions like Transformers Prime where, like, even the fucking villains respect him. Like pretty much... Like, the only characters that I think don't respect him are, like, the Predacons, but that's kind of like a different... it's kind of like a different faction altogether. They just hate everyone. It's like it's like pretty much all of the Decepticons respect him. Like Megatron does, Soundwave does, I think Shockwave does.
Yeah, but if you're talking about like Arachnid or Starscream, they don't respect him. In fact,
I mean, yeah, but they're dickheads. You know, it's like Starscream don't like anyone. It's like, aside from maybe Hot Rod, because they share the same brain cell. But like,
I mean, the show is when Megatron sees the clones and he like one taps them, and he's like, he even messes with them. He's like, "Am I?"
Yeah, he's like messing with them, and he just one-shots all of them. What was that? The sounds of the tables turning. Such a badass. Like, honestly, there are times where I genuinely think Megatron is more badass than Optimus. Like, and it's shit like that.
I mean, the thing I respect about Optimus and Megatron is that they see each other as equals, but at the same time, it's like, you know, they like, it's like brothers. Like, you hate each other, but you love each other at the same time. You can't really.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite moments from Prime was like that scene where Megatron's like, "Are you gonna take me prisoner?" And Optimus just pulls out a gun and aims it at his head. Like, it's like,
I mean, you already did it so many times. What did you expect?
I mean, that was kind of like Megatron manipulating them, but either way, I just find it funny. He's like, "Are you gonna take me prisoner?" It's just like, lol, no. To clarify my previous question, Miles is scaled to his solo game appearance, just like Peter. Oh yeah, I think the 6 would probably beat him then, because like even in Spider-Man 2, it's like Scorpion could catch him slipping. So yeah, I think a weaker, inexperienced Miles against a bloodlusted Sinister Six, they probably would get. They'd probably beat him.
I mean, you can even do Miles with his Peter with his spider arms would either be able to like replicate all of Miles' feats, if not more. And it's kind of begging the question, okay, who do you think wins? Someone like an experienced Miles or an experienced Peter? And it's like, which one are you going to go with?
Yeah, I'd probably say, again, it kind of just depends. Like, whenever you do Peter versus Miles, people just really don't like the idea of Miles beating Peter. It's just kind of one of those.
I'm just always in the mindset that Miles can be Peter or vice versa. I just don't like the idea, hey, neither one can like no diff the other or low.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Like, I think Miles would beat Peter, but it's not a stomp. Like, not by any means.
Yeah, and I'm in the mindset that Peter can beat Miles if the right circumstances are met, and if Peter actually plays his cards right. That's pretty much my mindset.
Yeah, it's like Peter can beat characters stronger than him, and Miles can beat characters more skilled than him. So I think but the way like some people act, it's like you're like, oh, who do you think wins? Oh, I think Miles wins. What? So you're saying he no diffs Peter? It's like, no, like, it's not what I'm saying. I just think, you know, based on what we've seen in the games, I think that he would win more fights than he'd lose.
I mean, I've seen so much stuff, it doesn't matter what franchise it is. People will always say, well, this character is stated to be stronger, this character is shown to be stronger, and people will just keep going at it despite everything already being... Like, it just keeps going conversation.
Hey, Phoenix is in the chat. Miles could absorb Electro's electricity. I mean, maybe.
I mean, here's the thing about that. Electro, from Peter's bio, says can hold 1 million volts, and we don't know the aperture of his volts. He can range anywhere.
Yeet.
Like we.
Oh shit!
It's just like when people say, oh sorry, like when people say stronger than Electro, we don't actually know how much current is running through Electro's body.
I'm just chilling on 1 health. Don't mind me.
You didn't get that suit mod for like getting more health per focus bar?
No. I don't. I might use that at some point, but I mainly just use focus for finishers, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you had that on you, you wouldn't have to worry as much about health.
I mean, these guys just do so much damage anyways, and it's mostly just me fucking up the dodges. If I was... Maybe once I've practiced a little bit more, I'll not be getting hit as much. Who knows? Bloop. PS5 exclusives are all console. I can't tell it. I genuinely can't tell. Like, is Trini... Is English not her first language? Is she trolling, or is she, like, just... I'm genuine. I don't know. I don't want to... Oh, I got sniped. Fuck's sakes. Like, I don't want to seem mean, but, like, half the time I've no idea what the fuck they're on about. Oh, bloody hell, I have to kill all of them again. Fuck's sakes. Yeah, I agree. Peter was nerfed. I'll take it all back.
I'm on it.
Can't fucking do this. Right, you go
Well,
off the roof, human.
One roof clear.
That's one of my favourite things about these games, the fact that you can just toss them off the roof. Absolutely love that, it's awesome. Stop shooting me! What did I do to you? Jesus Christ, they just do so much damage. Whoop. Hi there. Yeet. Yoop. Oh, missed. Working on it. People just can't stand the idea that he's miles stronger than base Peter. Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I did it yesterday, but I think that if Miles and Peter got in a wrestling competition, Peter might win, but Miles' bioelectricity makes it, like, almost irrelevant.
Yeah.
Thought it was a good
An actual interesting fight. Oh, Jesus Christ. Just phased through the wall. I think doing Insomniac Peter versus Toby from the games might actually be a pretty interesting fight. Because I was doing some research into Toby, and he has some broken hacks in the games.
I mean, here's the thing about the Toby games. I played all of them, and I've looked at the calculations. He can actually react to lasers, and I'm pretty sure that he is multi-city block level, like from what I can see about based on feats. But I'm not sure what hacks he may have.
His spider sense is OP in terms of just how effective it is. In like, I think it was maybe the first game, maybe, I don't know. Whoop, careful.
I think third game for me, because whenever you put the spider sense on, he auto dodges everything.
Dodging attacks whilst in the slow motion is awesome. That's so cool. Yeah, in the first Spider-Man game, it's implied that his spider sense kind of works like Daredevil sense, where he's like literally omniscient within like a small area.
Yeah, because he detects the hallways before he even knows.
Yeah, he
they're
can
there.
he can see around hallways, he can predict events before they happen. Like, fucking ridiculous.
I mean, I've heard this before, but basically in the Toby scene where he's injured on the kitchen table, where Norman is like seeing him bleed, they say his spider sense was going off when Norman was starting to put the pieces together, and Toby had no idea. Hey, what is my spider sense doing? It was just passively going off. So in a way, he replicated the Tom feat of detecting Goblin first.
Yeah, that's something else that he can do in the games. His sense can, and I think it's in the Spider-Man 2, the novelization as well. Like his spider sense can like detect like changes in mood with people. Because like with Doc Ock, when like at the end of Spider-Man 2, when like the arm grabs his hand, and he's like, yeah, I'll shut down the machine. His spider sense didn't go off because it recognized that Otto was no longer a threat, which I think's fucking insane.
I got held up. Are you okay? What's happening?
The convict started a fire.
I don't understand why the game's lagging so much though. It's really starting to wind me up. But I think I've worked out why it's lagging so much. There we go. We'll try that. There we go. I'm willing to bet it works like flawlessly now.
I'm trying to find a way into them, but the fire's spreading so fast.
For some reason, but I keep turning on the camera instead of. Right, there you go. You here, buddy?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. Bringing back to the topic, Mega Minion would solo Toby's Spider-Man.
Still debatable, because still like that idea of cartoon logic. Pie beats everyone if he eats spinach type logic.
Fucking. I mean, maybe. Well, let's watch a cutscene, chat.
Peter, fire and rescue's on the way. I found a fire escape that'll get me.
MJ, stay back. I don't want to have to rescue you too.
Peter, don't be crazy. Wait for help.
Wait for help, yeah, lol, no.
Here's the thing about Peter that
Just immediately just charges in. Insomniac Peter stomps game, Toby.
I mean, I can. Here's the thing, because like Toby has the speed actually, unless you say that Peter can react to lasers like Miles can by the gameplay Mysterio boss fight. But it's still one of those things where it's just like Toby's multi-city block, Peter took a town level attack. It's still very close regardless.
I think Insomniac would be like stronger and more durable, based on like the scaling and stuff. But I do think
I think that Toby's spiders would be better.
I definitely think Toby has him beat by a ridiculous margin when it comes to like hacks, because he can use his webs in quite a lot of ways as well.
And he doesn't run out. In fact, that's the thing about all the Spider-Man. If Toby breaks their web shoot, I'm not sure if the Spider-Man can beat.
Come on.
Yeah, like there's one of the things that Toby Spider-Man does where he can create like web brass knuckles, which actually improve his strength. So I don't know how that makes much sense, but it's pretty fun to think about.
They enforce the impact, so it's kind of like the web shields he makes, where it's almost like absorbing the impact and like dishing it back out, almost mimicking vibranium in a sense.
Which kind of makes sense, because in the first Spider-Man film, when Goblin is tearing apart his webbing, it sounds like he's tearing apart metal rather than like legitimate spider silk. I don't know if that's just effect or if it's like genuinely that strong.
I mean, the webbing is stronger than steel by tensile strength, so if it hardens, I would assume it's that strong too.
Yeah, when it comes to Miles versus Peter, most of their stats are almost relative. The only one where this is a gap in durability and stamina, and the stat has a massive difference in intelligence.
Everyone is
Somewhat agree.
I mean, I would probably say that Miles overall is like physically superior to base Peter. Like, you could say Peter is like has more raw strength, but like I think Miles, especially with the electricity, he has like more AP, that kind of thing.
I think everyone just agrees Miles is physically superior to Peter. It's just one of those things where they're like, hey, if Miles didn't use bioelectricity or didn't have his other powers, then they would more or less be on the same level.
Yeah, I think the fairest way we can say is, like, if you want to factor in everything that they have, like, Miles is stronger with his lightning, Peter is more durable with the spider arms, and then you have, like, Miles is, like, a little faster and more agile. I think that's probably the fairest I can be with that.
So I got one of each.
I didn't see people saying that Miles is as strong as Black Suit Peter. I'm like, no, just because he pinned Peter to the ground when he was conflicted and holding back doesn't equate to him actually pinning Peter to the ground.
That's right. The city is in danger. It needs our help.
Because Peter in that scene was saying, I know, as if he isn't actually trying to hurt
Well, yeah,
Miles.
he was conflicted. It's like the only time where Peter was legitimately trying was in the first phase. It's like the second phase and onwards that he was more and more conflicted. And it's like in the third phase, he was already trying to break free from the suit, but he was like screaming that he can't break free from it.
I'll chase down some leads.
So like, in the third phase, he was barely even fighting Miles at that point.
Yeah, Miles still had to abuse his electricity just to like.
And he still had to use the sound waves as well. Like, I'm looking forward to breaking that one down, and making a shot on it, I predict that it's probably going to be the most popular one, because obviously it's like the most contentious part of the game, probably.
I would also recommend do like a screen comparison with Peter, because I'm under the impression that it's similar to the Miles and Peter boss fight, but with slightly more stuff going on the Scream one, because Peter's like, it's almost exactly the same, context with each other.
Yeah, I kind of pointed that out in another video, but obviously, like, the issue with, like, the shorts is obviously I've only got a minute. There's only so much shit I can talk about, so it's the sort of thing where I'd maybe put it in, like, the pinned comment in the comment section. Be like, oh, Peter fought Scream, everyone's saying he's nerfed, Miles fought Peter, people saying he's stronger, even though those situations were basically the same. So it's just one of those.
You could make it that with either Miles or Peter would lose to Black Suit Peter or Scream respectively, because without sound waves, I don't think either one of them is beating their respectives.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty interesting fight. I might do that. Like, Peter and Miles versus Black Suit and Scream. That could be interesting.
do Agent Venom just to like make it a little bit more or less confusing with like, hey, this is like Black Suit Peter.
Oh, that's actually a much better idea. Yeah, I like that. I'm pretty sure Peter has laser feats in the DLC and Hammerhead DLC.
Yeah, we don't know, but here's the thing: Hammerhead, like Sable uses a laser on Hammerhead's head, and Peter has to hold him down for it. Otherwise, Hammerhead will either dodge it or Sable can't.
Black Suit scales to Miles. Yeah, Black Suit's stronger than Miles.
What's in it for you?
For real. Why are people so bothered by the fact that there was an instance where Miles was stronger than Pete? For fuck's sake, the game ended with Pete being the stronger and more durable one. I think it's just because there's some people who just... But it's like, you have people like Synthetic Man, for example, where they didn't even play the Miles Morales game. So, like... and by the sounds of things, it's like... It's not like they didn't play it because they just had other shit to do. It's like you have Synthetic Man where he's like, so I didn't play the Miles Morales game for obvious reasons. It's like, it's pretty fucking obvious why he didn't play that.
Yeah, right.
So from their perspective, it's like all of a sudden Miles is just way stronger than Peter, like out of nowhere. It's like, no, if you play the Miles Morales game, it makes sense.
I mean, here's the thing about Peter with Anti-Venom, is that I don't see anyone outside of saying Null Anti-Venom, Carnage, or maybe Red Goblin beating Peter in Anti-Venom. I just think that he beats everyone in the verse at that point with Anti-Venom, outside of those three.
I mean, there's probably characters stronger than him, but he does have a pretty insane healing factor.
Modified CPF1.
I mean, I think he's strong because there's Rhino and mostly every strong character.
Yeah, I agree. I think Goblin's 100% going to be stronger.
I would say at least stronger than Craven, but weaker than Venom.
Maybe. Yeah, that's probably fair.
I hope Peter loses Anti-Venom to, like, let's say Carnage. Like, what if, like, in the Venom game, Peter loses Anti-Venom because they had to, like, it all to beat Carnage or something?
Could be interesting.
Because I'm always in the impression that Carnage is like someone that Venom and Peter cannot hold back against. Like, but Carnage outclasses them so much, it's like they cannot hold back, otherwise they're dead.
Would be pretty nice.
Vapor trail heads up that building.
Because outside of Carnage, the only other person that can do that is Morlun, but Morlun is controversial.
Yeah, it's a bit more controversial.
Trail jumps between these buildings.
Hold on, up we go.
Trail leads down into those vents. What was Otto doing up here? Should be a door or an access hatch around here.
There we go, nailed it. I don't want them to get rid of Anti-Venom. Yeah, I don't want them to do it either.
I mean, you can always have it be like they have a way to like say get rid of the Anti-Venom or, you know, amp up the other characters, because I just don't see anyone who doesn't have a symbiote beating like Anti-Venom.
Yeah, I guess the only thing that I can potentially say, and I don't know how much sense it would make, but maybe if they explain in the verse that because like it was only a portion of like the symbiote in Peter's body, maybe the symbiote just naturally dies over time, and like it would weaken Anti-Venom maybe.
Or what if they adopt the storyline that Peter has to get it off, otherwise he loses his powers? Or what if they...
Yeah, like, something like that, you know, just... something like that.
How long have they known each other?
Like, from what I can say, is that if the Anti-Venom... Like, we have to also think, what if Anti-Venom is healing all Peter's injuries that he's got throughout the years that he couldn't properly treat? That's actually pretty interesting. Because Peter got chopped up like a machete by Kingpin one time, so I'm not sure if he got...
Hey, so Yuri, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, it could be like one of those, maybe like Anti-Venom like slowly negatively affects Peter, like his powers kind of thing. I really hope they don't go all the way with that, because I imagine it would piss a lot of people off, if, like, Peter was completely drained of his powers by the end of the third game. I think that would piss a lot of people off, but... I don't know. I think it's interesting what they're going to do with the game. But at the end of the day, it's a lot of years away yet, so...
I think what they should do, like for the end of the third game, is like have Peter go like an Arkham Knight route, where Peter's still doing Spider-Man stuff. He's like joined the Avengers. He's like joined the big leagues. That way to like cap off his story. So Miles like takes care of New York. He joins like the bigger.
Norman based around Goblin's strength should be around Craven's. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I think if he, I think he should be probably stronger than Craven, but we'll see.
I mean, the thing about Craven in general is I think he would be more skilled than Goblin regardless, like in terms of fighting and hunting, but Goblin would just have more gadgets, be physically superior.
Yeah, he'd have like more tech. I think that would be fair enough.
I would also say he'd probably be more ruthless than Craven in the sense that he would aim for Spider-Man's loved ones. He would make Peter like want to cross the line even more compared to how Craven was doing it.
Morlun versus Morbius. Probably Morlun. I don't really know shit about either one of them. But yeah.
Morbius kind of loses that fight very badly because he loses to Blade and some other characters who aren't even like more. It's just it's not a fair matchup.
Hey Franklin, how you doing, buddy? Good to have you. Yeah, I kind of hope that this next game though is more like grounded in reality. I think might be a hot take, but I think the best Spider-Man products are always when they're grounded.
Yeah, I would say that in the third game they should make it be like the villains, like all team up, like Spider Slayer, maybe another Sinister Six, or just more villains to focus on 3 Spider-Men, but have it be like not city-wide threat, but more personal.
Like, I think the closest thing that they should do to something like that is if, say for example, like in the TASM game, for example, like if Alistair Smythe creates like these massive robots where they, you know, it's like massive cinematical boss fights. I think that's the closest thing that we should get, but like, it shouldn't be like, oh, the entire world's at stake, oh, this, that, the other. I think it should just be like a city level, like confined kind of thing. Are you going to San Diego Comic-Con? No, I am not. I didn't even know it was happening, if I'm being honest.
There's actually rumors we're going to get Insomniac stuff, either a Wolverine trailer or DLC.
Nice.
We have no idea, it's just that it's something that could happen.
Irony that your miraculous wings should have brought such horrors on your body. Thankfully, you are now working for me. When our work is settled...
Wait, Vulture's wings were crippling him? I didn't know that.
Yeah. It was what was giving him cancer to begin with.
How fucking ironic. You have like Vulture and you have Doc Ock, where it's like the same shit.
Total live wire, that one. Electro's big pipe dream is to become pure energy. Doc actually managed to modify his harness to get a little closer to that goal.
And you remember how I said the difference between pure energy would be like irrelevant here? So Electro at the very least would probably reach those like levels of pure electricity by this game compared to how he was before.
Pure energy.
I want to see what he says, like word for word.
As I dove deeper into the problem, I discovered a way to give us both what we desire. I promise you, when we are done, you will be pure energy. Or so close to it as to make the difference irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm kind of not convinced. Because, like, based on what Peter says about the harness, he says it's, like, a little closer to his goals. I don't know.
I mean, Peter does pure Electro could beat the Avengers if he got the
I mean, yeah, but that's mainly due to his raw power, not necessarily...
Otto must have used this map to play.
Bro, I remember being stuck on this for fucking ages the first time. I'm just so shit when it comes to puzzles.
Honestly, I just don't really see a point to like compare Electro's speed feats anymore because there are better ones in the at this point.
Yeah, I think the only time that I really use Electro's speed feats is when I'm comparing like MCU Electro and Insomniac Electro, for example.
Scorpion must be trying to poison the city
Yeah, it's
reservoir.
just one of those things where you have characters reacting to either light speed attacks or implied to reacting to them, and like at that point, there should be relativistic at the very least.
Please going after the Devil's Breath anti-serum, using something called Icarus.
Yeah, it's just one of those. Hot take: Venom is has the best villain introduction in gaming.
This is it.
No, but he's close.
Wait, when you say best villain introduction, like, what specific part are we talking? Are we talking about just the transformation, or are we talking about, like, him breaking free from the facility and killing Craven?
I think they're just referring to, like, introducing a villain, just in general.
I don't know, I think Doc Ock had a more impressive reveal, to be honest. Even though it was pretty much inevitable. Like, just when Doc Ock appears at the raft, like, that's just so cool.
Well, I'm thinking of Baldur's Gate when the like took lethal attacks and struck them off and then killed the guy.
Yeah, that's a fair point as well. Like, there's a lot of good ones. How is Peter dodging literal lightning? Not a good indicator of his speed. Because in the second game, there's just better feats. Because the power, because the characters just get stronger and what have you.
Find Oscorp's Devil's Breath lab before he does.
On it right now. I'm pulling every building permit in the city. If there's a record of the lab, I'll find it.
That's great. Okay. Talk soon, MJ.
I love how he's just being ragdolled through the city and he's just on the phone. Whee!
Like, weird about this fight is that Peter, by the end of it, both acts like he's not exhausted, but then has to, like, take a rest break. Because when he's on the phone with Otto, he's just, like, he's not, like, panting or injured, he's just, like, talking casually, and then he has to sit down and just...
I think that's mainly just,
adrenaline.
Maybe adrenaline. I think it's mainly just he doesn't want to seem exhausted in front of the villains. Because, like, obviously he jokes around to hide his true intentions. So I feel like he's not going to want to reveal that he's exhausted to the villains.
I mean, at this point in the story, he's probably pretty exhausted. Because he was already struggling at, like, saving May and Miles just from his injuries or the smoke. Almost, like, burned to flames. Like, he's not in the best physical condition right now.
Yeah, I just think the whole broken bones thing is a kind of... it'd be cooler if we saw, like, it actually affect him more.
I mean, it's implied to infect him, at the very least. Not
yeah, it's just there's not that many scenes in the game where, there's not that many scenes in the game where, he actually, thingamajig, where he actually, like, references the bones, or maybe, like that scene, for example, in TASM 1, where, like, he gets shot and, like, he fucks up the swinging and he, like, falls. But I think it would have been cool to get a couple of scenes like that, but we didn't. It was a bit sad.
I mean, about it, is that both Vulture and Electro are trying to kill him here, so it's like, Peter's in a weak... It's just one of those things when people heard you saying, oh, he can't be the Sixth, that, like, this is what people are thinking of. They're thinking Peter in a weak condition, not even trying, can be the two members going all out on him. And me, to be honest, and shot them.
You got my joke. I'm so happy.
Oh, Jesus.
Gotta be honest, liked it better.
It's actually pretty cool as well that you can basically choose to fight either one first.
I think canonically, Peter beats Vulture first, and then he beats Electro.
Yeah, the cutscene looks a bit weird if you beat Electro first. Because, like, Peter knocks out Electro, he then knocks out Vulture, and then he goes back to Electro and picks up the headpiece. So I think canonically you're supposed to take on Vulture first, but... Ah, shit. That hurt. Oh, you can web up Vulture. I thought you had to wait until you could toss the blades back at him.
Believe it or not, I went back to this fight recently, and I was just telling myself, why is this so damn easy? Because I played the second game, and I was just like, this is the only air combat. And I'm just like, I wish it was more in depth as it was in the second game.
Yeah, like, I do think the combat was just much better in the second... Fuck's Electro gone?
Even then, it...
Oh, there he is.
Combat.
Couldn't find him for a second.
I just want better air combat, because we're definitely going to get Goblin in the next game, and he's going to be on his glider, so it just has to work.
Yeah, true. Vulture, what are you? Feck off, was that not? Try that again. Nailed it. Oh, is this the one? I like this cinematic where, like, he blasts through the smokestack. It's so cool.
I mean, Peter took that without being phased, so when people say he's only building level, I'm like, he took that without even breaking a sweat, so he's definitely above it.
I was taking a drink and I had to use both hands at once. I nearly panicked so hard.
He doesn't stand a chance.
Fucking panicked for a second there. See, like, there's an interesting, I don't really know if Vulture and Electro are going all out here. They seem to be taking the piss a little bit.
Well, if you listen to Electro's dialogue, he says that they're outright trying.
I know he says that, like, teamwork makes a great goal, like, killing... I swear down, if I pull up the fucking camera once more, instead of healing, I'm actually gonna be so done. I know he says that, but there is a... I don't know if, I don't know. I feel like if they were legit trying to kill him, they'd stop, like, joking, you know?
Well, they get serious after that.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I do think it's a bit kind of like too late. What the fuck is happening? The camera is having a fit. The game's like, no, you will not kill Vulture first. How dare you? Alright, there we go. We killed up the fucking pensioner first of all. Now we can go after the millennial.
You can also have Electro shoot down Vulture, and it actually makes sense with the cutscene because he spark spit.
Yeah, but if you can turn off the QTEs, right? Wait, can you?
Yeah, you can.
Cool.
Confidence, I like it.
Well, so, yeah, I don't know. I know there's some people who really hate QuickTime events, but I don't think they're the worst thing in the world.
I mean, QuickTime events in my childhood, I just remember the Spider-Man 3 game. He just, every fail attempt was funny.
Fuck you, Electro.
What's happening?
Electro's been grounded.
See, like, another reason why I don't think they were trying to kill Spider-Man is because, like here in the cutscene, for example, I feel like Otto was kind of like manipulating the two of them in a sense, where like they thought that. Again, it's hard to explain it. I feel as though.
I think that what you're trying to say is that the Six were instructed that they could already be too much for, but Peter still beat them anyway.
No, I think it's mainly you know, like for example, you know, like at the start of the fight where like the bomb goes off and then Vulture captures him. I feel as though Electro and Vulture believed that it was always going to be Plan B, but I feel as though Otto didn't think the bomb was going to kill Spider-Man in the slightest, and he kind of led the two to believe that that was like Plan A.
I mean, then you have to beg the question: what was their purpose? What was Plan B? Like, if it was not to kill Spider-Man.
Vulture and Electro are
Well, no. I feel as though, like, from Otto's perspective, like, the bomb was just to lead them into believing that it was planned. Like, I feel as though Otto wanted them to believe that he was trying to kill Spider-Man, but then, like, they would be like, oh, the bomb didn't work, now it's our turn, kind of thing. But, like, if you listen to Otto after the fight, he doesn't seem surprised in the slightest when Spider-Man survives. So, like, I feel as though they were trying to kill Peter, but Otto never, like... I don't know how to explain it. I think in Colin's video where he debunked SK, he did a way better job of explaining it.
Yeah, Colin actually made it apparent that Otto wants to torture Peter, not kill him. He knows that Peter can beat these villains without trying, because Electro is kind of fodder in a sense, and Vulture is like an old man with no stamina. So technically, they are like the least threatening members of the Six right now. Also, there is something about this scene. I don't have a clip, but I'm not sure if you'll see it. But Rhino actually causes an earthquake in Manhattan. You'll actually feel a tremor in this section of the game.
Oh, cool.
So, I'm not sure where that would scale Rhino, but if you look at where Rhino is across the map, he's like on the far northwest side.
I mean, if it's an earthquake that's felt throughout the city, but like it doesn't cause any damage, then it would probably be like a magnitude 3, so like city block kind of. We don't know what he did, but if it was to destroy something, it would be higher. Hey, Peter was nerfed. He got tagged once by a villain.
But Octavius is paying.
I mean, Scorpion here has tagged everyone in the everyone with good speed feats like Miles and Craven. And if Peter's fought Scorpion before, that means Peter has to scale to them somewhat in speed.
Maybe. I hate it when people say Spider-Man 2 didn't innovate at all when they literally revamped the ability and gadget system. Yeah, true. I feel like the only game series that nailed quick time events is the God of War series. Eh.
Can't be real.
That's somewhat true, but at the same
Are you
time...
gonna swing? You stupid twat. You just didn't swing at all. What was that all about?
Whoa. What the?
Come on, Spider-Man, you got this. Swing.
A sea of poison? Can't be. This can't be.
I don't know how long canonically the poison was in the system, but it sounded like it was in him for like less than 30 minutes. So he had to come up with a cure like fact.
Hmm. Definitely very intelligent.
Like, it could be even shorter, but that's just based on how...
What the hell
like,
was... Yeah, exactly. Like, I jumped off the building and he just didn't swing. I'm like, okay.
Analyze the neurotoxin so I can create an antidote.
Well,
Scorpion's made some upgrades.
sounds like the poison's really fucking him up as well.
You know what's interesting? They actually said that the poison itself will make him think that the illusions are real and they will actually hurt him. Like, legit.
Which Sinister Six member do you think has the coolest design?
Brain will create nightmares that my
I would
body
say
thinks are
negative, Otto,
real. I have to create the antidote
maybe
fast.
Rhino,
First, I need
and
a
Scorpion.
natural steroid.
The rest are just...
Extract from an eclipta
Yeah, I think probably Otto is my favorite. I just really like the arms, how you can see like the light like traveling through the arms. I think that's really cool.
I think the worst design is Electro, just because I can't buy the star in his face.
Yeah, I think Vulture actually has a pretty decent design, but he's just up against tough competition.
There's the greenhouse. The eclipta alba should be inside.
Honestly,
the greenhouse.
I'm not sure
What
how
happens if
I
I
feel
just
about...
stand here? Will the poison just... Oh, that's disappointing. I thought the poison would, like, kill me, but no. God damn it. I don't like it when shit's scripted like that. Hot take, comic book Spider-Man with prep time is better than comic Batman with prep time.
Doc?
So, Peter in the comics is comparable to a younger Reed Richards from some sources, but without the resources, Spider-Man doesn't win against Batman.
Yeah, I think it's ridiculous how Batman's great.
You can get through this. Doc, you sound
like I did before the neural interface affected my mind. My obsessions were always there, but the interface allowed me to fully embrace...
Whoa, bollocks.
I have to fix this. Fix you! Somehow!
Peter.
What I find interesting about these visions is that it goes from
Oh, Lord above, I did not do that right. Yeah, we'll just ignore that happened. I wasn't aware it was going to end so soon.
Should have seen what was happening. There's the eclipta alba.
Pick it up. Give it to me. Woo!
It will buy me time, but I need an antitoxin to mix a permanent antidote.
You know what I find interesting is that reading the prequel novel, Peter actually beats Scorpion, like, with almost relative ease, so I'm just asking myself, how did he beat him in that novel, well, or at least implied to, compared to how he is now?
Interesting.
It's weird because Peter outright says that Vulture is trouble, but he doesn't seem like he's afraid to, like, fight Scorpion one-on-one.
Although I didn't even dodge it, yet it still missed me. Hey, Scorpion's calling me Spider. It's Black Cat, confirmed. Oh, see, again, I'm just gonna not dodge the Scorpion tails and they'll still miss me.
Here's a question I want to ask. Black Cat, Wraith.
Huh?
Black Cat versus Wraith.
I think Black Cat would probably win.
I don't disagree, simply because Craven was targeting her and not Wraith.
Well, also, I think Black Cat would win because, like, she's confirmed to be superhuman, and it's also, I think it's confirmed that she's actually more agile than Spider-Man. not necessarily faster, but she's more like just got like the agility, and she's also got pretty crazy tech of her own.
I mean, this will kind of sound weird on how you say it, but all women are considered more agile and flexible than men regardless. So it's kind of one of those things where even if she's not on Spider-Man's level, it makes sense.
I mean, I think I agree, I kind of know what you're saying, but obviously that is kind of bullshit when you compare like fictional characters. But like I know what you mean, but like obviously my grandma's not more agile than Spider-Man.
I'm sorry.
I know what you mean, but it's just one of those things, biologically speaking, that's how things usually go. Like, men are supposed to be bulky and more, like, you know, tough, but it's just like women are more flexible, more agile.
Well, it's like, generally speaking, like, men are stronger, women are smarter, because they can use, like, more of their brains. But, obviously, that's not always the case.
I kind of disagree with that a little bit, but even then, I would just say women are more emotionally sensitive and have more keen, you know, intuitions than men. That put them ahead of, you know, just us in general.
Mm-hmm.
You bring nothing.
Like, it's not necessarily smarter, but just different, like, focuses.
Stop.
Yeah, true.
I'm not giving up on you. Please, just talk to me. I can help you.
Like, it's logistics versus intuition and emotional.
This implies Peter actually gave away Otto's ideas to Norman. Is that actually true?
No idea. It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like Otto's just coming up with that. Like, he's thinking.
Yeah, I think Otto's just bullshitting.
Looks like I'm headed back to the lab.
They say the neural interface is making him, like, you know, the worst in both everyone and himself. It's like increasing all his bad habits.
Oh, it actually. Oh, I didn't realize. Okay, fair enough. The tails have evolved. They can actually damage me now. Before they couldn't damage me, and now they can all of a sudden.
I'm nearly cured. Sorry to bust up.
I mean, logically speaking, you are dying.
I feel like, see, like, part of me thinks that's just bad game design, but I also feel like they genuinely programmed it that way, just to show that, like, the poison was progressing in his system. Where, like, at first they were just hallucinations, but then, like, they progressively become, like, real, because, like, the poison's affecting him more. I want to believe that that's the case, but my gut reaction just thinks they just fucked up the programming slightly. Jesus Christ, how many of them are there? Bloody hell!
You could say it's accidentally fit.
Yeah, there was like fucking 10 right there. I really want a video of you making a list of features you want for Spider-Man 3. I might be able to. That might be interesting, actually. Jesus Christ, he just died.
You're in my domain. You're just like us. Trying to steal my genius. Everything that happens now is your fault.
Oh, I forgot about you.
Hi there, Scorpion. Fancy seeing you here.
Another hallucination. At least he had
I freaking hated this section of the game. Nah, I like shit like this. It's pretty cool.
Also, do you consider finishers somewhat canon?
Do I finish what?
Like, some finishers, like, against bosses, somewhat canon.
Not gonna be that easy.
Well, like, which finishers are we, like, could you, like, give us an example?
Like, for example, if you do a finisher on one of these Scorpions, it'll be like the finisher you do with them in his actual boss fight. Like, is that something canonical? You would think is canonical?
I think it kind of depends, because obviously you have some fights, like, for example, Kingpin, it's like, obviously, like, when you're fighting him, even though it's like a quick time event, it's like, Peter still forces him through, like, the ceiling and stuff and webs him up, so, I guess, but I think it just kind of depends. So, like, for the Rhino and Scorpion fight, I don't think that one's necessarily canon, because they're both kind of just, I don't know, maybe I'd have to think about that.
I mean, I would say that the finishers against fodder are somewhat not canon, but at the same time, it's like, they kind of are in a sense. Like, it's just one of those things you have to pick and choose which one makes sense. Like, for example, the Craven finishers are just a replication of Miles' finisher against Prowler.
Yeah.
Where'd my suit go?
I love that. This is hilarious.
Decontamination a little too far.
I love how he just loses the suit randomly.
What? Why, though?
Yeah, just fucking no idea why. It makes no sense. On that note, I think we'll change costume. Any suggestions?
Also, before you leave the lab, there are recordings that
Yeah,
you can't really.
I'm gonna listen to the. I'm quite excited actually. Have you played the game on Ultimate? Yeah, I'm currently playing it on Ultimate difficulty.
What I find weird is if you don't listen to all the recordings, they don't get like added to your collection, so you can't listen to what you missed.
That's a shame.
Yeah, so it was like one time I tried to see someone who found the recording, and they're like they didn't even like listen to it the first time, so they didn't have it in their face.
Yeah. I kind of want to wear a suit that has moving eyes. It's like obviously try the Stark suit for a bit.
Let's just go ahead and forget that ever happened.
To be honest, I just don't like the MCU suits outside of like the homemade suit and the Final Swing suit.
Yeah, the only one that I think my favorite one is the black and red one. I just think it looks so cool. Like this one.
Yeah. I mean, I know like I don't hate the designs per se. I just hate how they come about in terms of like the writing and the story.
Yeah, true. Hey Swings, how you doing, buddy? Do you have any disagreements? Like Ultimate, no upgrades. I could probably do that. Fucking truck outside.
Here, all tainted now.
You were a fan of the Spider Armor Mark IV. Which one's the Mark IV again?
Mark IV is like the one that shiny classic suit with the glowing like, you know, emblem black spider.
It's okay. It's just a bit shiny. It's not bad. Like,
I mean, that suit is actually OP because it can take on Hercules and Iron Man and his like prime armor.
I'm not. Generally speaking, I'm just not a huge fan of the armored ones. It's like I like the Spider Armor Mark III. That's pretty cool. But even then, it's not brilliant. The Mark II, I think, shit. It's just not that great. And then the Mark I's just kind of like classic. It's nice.
If you like, I think from an objective perspective, if you want a Spider-Man that's like classic looking but has like all the armor features, Advanced Suit 2.0 is like the best mixture of both worlds.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Parker says the interface is dangerous, but the boy's a neophyte.
What's your GPU? Fucking no idea, mate.
We can stay on the sidelines, avoiding the mud. Men died to found this nation. They died to get us to the moon. Every great push forward demands blood.
I'm just chilling, listening to these recordings.
Push to rid ourselves of Norman's stench. It may yet be the blood.
Homecoming suit, Civil War.
Not gonna let that happen, Doc.
Yeah, it's alright.
Planning this right under my nose.
My problem with the suit in the movies is I like it in Civil War. I hate the textures and what they did with it in Homecoming.
How long was he using the device before I realized?
I wish the big time suit was in Spider-Man 2. Maybe.
The neural interface is exacerbating Doc's rage. He may not be able to come back from this.
It's actually pretty crazy. Like just looking at stuff like this. I'm trying to find the other.
Always listening.
Because I just noticed he was working on Scorpion's tail right here. It was just funny.
Who have you told about the neural interface? About my work? Well, it stops here, Parker. I trusted you. But instead of recognizing my genius, what did you do? Tried to tear it down.
Do we have any debates in the chat? Any like topics versus matchups, anything like that?
A perfect extension of the
Hit me.
into the world.
Let's get chat talking and arguing about stuff.
But I have only one thought on my mind now. Norman's reputation.
I don't think anyone disagrees that the Final Swing suit is probably the best MCU suit.
Oh, in that case, let me start a fire. I think in which case, let me be the one to stand up and ruin everyone's day. I think the Final Swing suit is overrated, and it's honestly not a good suit at all. Discuss.
I don't disagree with that because it kind of is overrated. I do like the shininess of the blue, but yeah, I think it's overrated.
I think that's probably the only thing I like about it is the shade of blue. It's just so nice. But aside from that, it's like it suffers from the same issues of all of the MCU suits, where like the web pattern is basically not there at all. The logo is not very good. Both of them, I don't think. The actual front logo I don't know if it's gold in the film, but in Spider-Man 2, it's like gold, and it just doesn't look right at all. Like, I've never been a fan of like the gold logos. I think the original Iron Spider suit, they kind of get away with it, just because it kind of looks good in the comics. But like the MCU Iron Spider suit, I think that looks ugly. Yeah,
like for Raimi's suit, it was kind of like a black silver, and I always loved that design.
Yeah, like black and silver is a great combo, but like I just think that red and gold, like it worked for Iron Man, but like I just don't think it works for Spider-Man generally.
Like if the spider is supposed to be like almost shaded black compared to the webbing, but it almost looks silver in the light, I preferred that over any other spider.
Sorry I let you down, Doc.
Are there any more of these? I'm just listening to the same ones at this point.
So here's one. Is Andrew the weakest movie Spider-Man, and does he display noble feats of strength compared to Tobey and Tom?
Well, this is kind of the thing. I think, no, in answer to your question, I think he's stronger than Tom, but weaker than Tobey. But again, it's kind of one of those where, like, in terms of feats, he doesn't really have that many. But obviously, in terms of, like, scaling and stuff, he's, like, actually pretty impressive in No Way Home.
Like, for me, I always viewed it as Tobey is stronger, more durable, more experienced, wiser, and, you know, more hands-to-hand. Andrew's more skilled, smarter, faster, and just, you know, more on his feet. But I feel like Tom's the most, like, versatile with gadgets and just help and, I would say, quality experience, but not necessarily, you know, like, overwhelming experience. Because I just don't think Tom is that impressive. Like, it may just be the writing of the story, but I just don't see Tom as a competent Spider-Man at all.
Yeah, I think, it's the same issue I have with Henry Cavill's Superman. Like, I think the actor himself is amazing, but, like, the writing just doesn't do him justice.
You know what I like about you, kid?
Yeah, when it comes to MCU Spider-Man, people say he's smart. I disagree. Just because he works with Stark Tech and just because he made web fluid doesn't automatically make him smarter than, say, Andrew or Tobey.
Well, I think Mysterio kind of summed it up best. It's like MCU Peter is smart, but he's also like naive. He's innocent. He's inexperienced, kind of thing.
But that's like the thing. He lacks critical thinking skills. He doesn't consider like what he does and what it can affect other people, or he doesn't take account for the bigger picture. It's just like, yeah, you may be inexperienced, but that's not always an excuse for being a dumbass.
I think as well, he just has moments of incompetence to like kick the plot forward.
I mean, you have to, like, from my perspective, there's no way you can say he's not an idiot in any of the three films, so the plot can move forward.
Hey, mind if I toss
I mean,
a thorny ethical question at you?
He is
When
the.
is it okay to give up on a friend?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say, is that he kind like, people say that he's the smartest of the three, but he makes the most incompetent decisions, and it's like, no normal person, not even an average person, would do what he did.
Like, in literally all three of the films, I can pick an example off the top of my head. So, like, in Homecoming, you have, I'm not gonna say Civil War, because obviously he was basically fanboying, you know, it's not like a fair comparison. But, like,
honestly,
it's like in Homecoming, for example, with the ferry, where, Karen's like, congrats, Peter, you were 98% successful. It's like, why don't you immediately get off your ass and do something? Like, you just stood there and watched the web break, you fuck. Like, and it's not like the web was breaking immediately, like, he had time.
Well,
to, like,
it's not... It's the fact that he relies on the Stark Tech and thinks that he's absolutely nothing without a suit, despite having spider powers, and he effectively quits being Spider-Man, to the point where if Liz, his father, wasn't Vulture, Vulture would have gotten away, and Peter would have done nothing.
Yeah, I also think it's really weird that he's like... He gives up being Spider-Man, even though he's literally been Spider-Man for 6 months with no Stark Tech at all.
But you see, that's the thing. It's like he just doesn't care about being Spider-Man for the right reasons. He's doing it for the fame, the glory, and what it can benefit him, not because it's the right thing to do. That's what rubbed me the wrong way in every single film he's in. Because it's like it's the same logic with The Boys and A-Train. Like, he's only a hero for, like, the benefits, not necessarily because it's responsible.
Well, it's like, I'd kind of disagree with that, because, like, in Civil War, obviously, like, he is doing it for the right reasons, but then I think that only lasts until he meets the Avengers. I think after that, it kind of just nosedives, kind of like what you were saying. But I think as well, what ruins it for me is, like, the reason why, like, I think the reason why Toby and Andrew Spider-Man, when they quit, it was for, number one, it was for a long-ass period of time, but also because, they did it for, like, the right reasons. But, like, yeah, but, like, with Tom's Spider-Man, he wants to give up being Spider-Man in all 3 of the films. But, like, it's not him that comes back, it's other people who force him to come back. And I think it's probably at its worst in, like, Far From Home, where, like, he wants to give up being Spider-Man, Aunt May packs the suit for him. Like, he wants to give up being Spider-Man, fucking Nick Fury hijacks the fucking school field trip. Like, he
Far
just...
From Home is the worst because even though he said that he's the only hero available, the world is going to be destroyed, and if he doesn't help it, if someone dies, it's on him, and that never clicks in his head.
Yeah, and I think that's something that Peter would not do. Like, he's just making excuses. He's like, oh, Thor, Off-World, Captain Marvel, on assignment, Doctor Strange. Like,
but it's that mindset of, this is not my problem. Like, it's like that in every single film. He's only being Spider-Man for reasons that benefit him, not because it's the right thing to do. That's why I call him both. That's why he's not a moral Spider-Man. That's why I think he's an incompetent Spider-Man.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Well, I think High Top Films summed it up perfectly. It's like he has the costume and he has the powers, but he doesn't have like the mentality or the motives.
If I were to put it simply, the Russo brothers understood who Spider-Man was, and through Civil War, Infinity War, and Endgame, you can practically say he's one of the best Spider-Mans in live action. Because in Civil War, he didn't really want to help Tony. He was doing it because he was blackmailed, not because he was fanboy. He didn't actually care about which side was right or wrong. He just didn't want to like get his identity spilled. Then you can ignore Homecoming entirely and still have Infinity War make sense. And then he says you can't be a friendly neighbor of Spider-Man if there's no neighborhood, clearly showing that he's in the right mindset.
Yeah.
But then in the Endgame, he's just a side character. But it just seemed like the Russo brothers actually got the character, while John Watts deconstructed the character to build him back up again. It's kind of stupid when you think about it.
A lot of people call him Iron Boy. Well, I think that's one of the stupidest things about the MCU was that like they go back and forth between like whether he's going to be the next Iron Man, whether he's going to be the first Spider-Man kind of thing. They just don't know what they're doing with him, and I think it's such a shame.
What I think they should have done in Homecoming is kind of show that, like, have both Tony and Captain America in the film to an extent, kind of showing that he's the best of both of them. Kind of show, like, and then Peter's like talking up Tony, saying, like, after failing to save the ferry, even if that happened, have Peter like stand up to Tony and kind of prove him wrong, saying, "Didn't you sell weapons to criminals? Aren't you letting criminals get away with your weapons that you're allowing them to steal? Didn't allow someone else, like, did you allow the government to stop selling Stark weapons during the events of Iron Man 1?
Also, here we go, guys. We get to play as Big Mac McGinnis over here. The Return.
But yeah, it's just that thing in Homecoming where Peter should have called Tony out, and it's been like, I can't look the other way again, and the fact you are right now, it's telling me I have no respect for you. In fact, I would think he would go after Vulture, even if he gave the Stark suit back. Even if Liz's father wasn't Vulture. Like, that way, the movie is about him being his own man. And then Captain America, shows up at some point just to, help Peter. But then he shows both of them that he's still learning, but, both of them see him in good graces.
Like, I understand. I think as well they should have... The MCU would have been way better if it was just, like, an older Peter Parker, because then he would have had, like, the
experience?
Yeah, he would have had the experience, he would have had the mentality where he's like, no, like, you're like blaming all of this on me. It's like, where were you? Like, I was trying to help do the right thing. It's like...
I mean, I like when the people say PS4 Spider-Man, but then from the get-go.
Oh shit, I may have fucked up slightly here. There you go around, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me.
I also
saw I got lucky there. Jesus.
I also saw this stupid argument that Insomniac Peter and MCU Peter are basically the same, yet people hate MCU Spider-Man but love Insomniac. And I'm just like,
yeah,
you ignored all.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, you ignored all context between the similarities. Like, they say, well, MCU Peter uses gadgets and Insomniac uses gadgets, yet it's okay with Insomniac, but it's wrong with MCU. Yeah, because Insomniac made all this gadgets. He's not relying on them.
Let's not forget that Tom Spider-Man also started the apocalypse in No Way Home for selfish reasons. Well, not even that. Like, I think the fact that he immediately went to Doctor Strange rather than trying to sort his problems himself is just so out of character.
It's not just that, he could have had any way of covering up his identity since it was spilled. Like, he can just pretend that Peter and like, it's like...
And there was such an easy, like, there's a meme going around on the internet, which you guys have probably seen. It's like, why couldn't he have just made everyone forget Mysterio? Like, problem solved. But, like...
Well, it's not even... It's like, Peter could have, like, even if he didn't have scrolls, like, to take his place, like a Peter Parker and Spider-Man being in the same place, but he could have just pretended like he wasn't the same person and his identity himself, like in Spectacular Spider-Man, where, yes, his identity was leaked, but it was a matter of making it visible to the public whether he was or wasn't.
Yeah, like, I just think it's ridiculous. Like, there were so many... Because, like, within the context of the MCU, there's a load of ways they could have got around that.
But Peter choosing Doctor Strange of all people to rewrite reality of all things.
Well, not even that. Like, even if Peter, like, exhausted all of the options and then went to Doctor Strange, it would have made more sense because, like, it would be like a last, like, attempt. But even then, it's like, it's just so...
I find it even stupider, the fact that he only did it because they didn't get into college, not because his family was in danger.
Yeah.
Like, it would have made more sense that way versus, oh, you
don't
did
turn around,
first.
don't turn around, 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 you freaking legend. Wait, hold on, wait, what was that comment? He did that because he wants to go to college, can't go to college because of his dumbass decision. Should Peter's anger issues come back like the 90s show, so modern Peters have no backbone like Tom? I mean, fucking Toby had an anger issue to an extent, so, like, I think...
Tom doesn't have a backbone. He actually bends his back whenever the time comes.
I think it depends. CW Flash being the most powerful live-action superhero, do you have any disagreement about that?
Somewhat, because he's poorly written.
I mean, the writers seem to think that he's not, yeah. The writers seem to hate him. Silver Sable versus Wraith, I think Sable would win, personally. Insomniac Peter allowed Aunt May to die to save New York, whilst MCU Peter almost destroyed the universe because he didn't get to go to college. Yeah, facts.
Like, that's the thing about the Spider-Man that I want to bring up. Like, even if I were to say, like, you know why I say that maybe that even out the scaling between all Spider-Men, I would consider Insomniac both better written as a character and in a fight? It's because he's like, it's like the Captain America saying, it's not about being strong, it's not about being the perfect soldier, but a good person who is... What?
Don't see me, please. Feck off.
But yeah, if I were just to say it...
Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Run. Run, Miles. Jesus.
Just let me know when you go in the Miles section, because my stream is delayed.
Yeah, it's all good. It's like, how the hell does Rhino not see me here?
He's
like,
just a dumbass.
He has no peripheral vision at all.
I gotta get out of here.
Bugger off.
You could say the canon reason is that he's dumb. You could say from a gameplay reason is the AI.
Maybe if I get up there, I'll be safe.
And either way, it complements each other.
Right.
That container. That's my exit.
You go that way, sir. Run.
It's ironic how Miles was weak before, and now he can just beat Ryan.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Where do I want him to go? I want him to go that way. Sucker.
Need to get him to
Oh, shit. There we go. Where are you? Fucking, Jack vibes. Fucking Resident Evil. Piss off. Could you imagine if you ran through here and just instantly killed me? Just fucking ran me over. There we go, I've done the section. Off topic, everyone's crying and complaining about how Peter was nerfed in the second game. They forgot how 616 was done dirty in the new runs. I mean, yeah, but, like, people don't give a fuck about the comics, let's be honest. Aside from, like, a certain group of people. Rift, if you were in Miles' shoes during the Rhino section, would you be shitting your pants? I mean, if I could do... I don't know, probably. I mean, I can't really hack like Miles can, so...
So back to the discussion we were going with. Oh, I saw this comment here. It said that which Peter out of the 4 Spider-Man, Insomniac, Toby, and Andrew and Tom, who lost the most and suffered the most? People keep saying Tom, but I'm just like, okay, but he was the reason for it all. So I'm not gonna praise you for being the one that suffers the most because you made the most dumbass decisions.
I'd probably say that Insomniac did, purely because he's been around the longest and he's had like the most wins and losses.
I would actually debate Andrew in a sense, but I'm not sure how far along he is. Because he lost Gwen, what if he lost Aunt May? What if he just, like, broke?
Yeah, possibly. That's a good question, actually.
Like, I would say Toby...
People do give a shit about the comics. Yeah, I never said they didn't. I just said that only a small percentage of people do give a shit about the comics. Like, realistically, probably like 20% of the, people who watch the Spider-Verse films, for example. Like, probably only 20% of them actually care about the comics. That's all I said from that. If you unironically think that the modern audiences for stuff give a shit about books, like, sorry, dude. Don't know what to tell you.
Well, tell the writers of most book adaptation runners, like, it does. Like, that's the thing about it is when people don't give a shit when making an adaptation, don't make the adaptation. Or, you know what I mean?
Ultimate Joker probably called this scene woke. No, he wouldn't have called this woke, because, like, the black guy's outperforming the white guy. He would have loved it.
Great. Thanks, Miles. Yuri, figured out Rhino's deal. He's attacking Oscorp's relief centers.
Fucking hate to be that guy, but, like... See, like, I think... I don't know.
Sounds like our boy.
Yeah, this is... Excuse me. Yeah, Yuri mentions the whole earthquakes thing, so yeah. It could be Rhino getting a bit of a temper tantrum that he lost his miles. Woo!
Officers respond. Witness report of an active drug deal.
Fucking love this game. So good. Never made any sense to me how people say, like, the swinging in this game is, like, autopilot. Never understood that take.
Hey, MJ, what's up? You okay?
I'm fine. Combing through Oscorp records. Hey,
You good?
This is random, but you remember that trip we took to Staten Island with Harry?
You went quiet for a while, so I was wondering if you left, because obviously I don't have the sound effects.
No, like, I try to stay silent most of the time. Whenever I speak, it's like I want to get all my thoughts out because I rarely get to speak. That's me.
It's all good. You're not the Flash Barry, we are the cringiest line. Yeah, it's...
You're not the one with powers, Iris.
Yeah. Is Iris the most hated, like... I don't know, like, fucking no one likes Iris.
Like, I think the actress who played Caitlin Snow should have been the actress for Iris. That's just me.
I mean, I just think the actress for Caitlin Snow did such a good job. Like, she was really likable.
Well, I'm just, like, thinking to myself, Iris is, like, what does Barry see in her?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like Harrison Wells, where it's like, I'm a genius, you're a moron.
I haven't played Spider-Man 2 in a while, and the swinging in this actually looks pretty fast. Well, it's probably just because I'm semi-good at it. It's like, when you see, like, YouTubers like Joker and what have you, they're just like, the swinging's on autopilot, but, like, when you actually watch their gameplay, they're not, like, doing the speed boost when you swing, they're not, like, doing web zip, point launch, they're not diving to gain speed. They're just holding like, this is what their gameplay looks like. Hold on, I actually need to... I need to press 2 buttons, sorry, my mistake. Yeah, like, you watch these YouTubers criticize the swinging, but then their actual gameplay looks like this. So it's like... yeah, no wonder you hate the swinging, your gameplay looks like that. Whereas my gameplay looks something like this. Oh, I fucked that up. we go. Oh, here's Rhino. A lot of people say comic accuracy matters in every adaptation. I don't think comic accuracy really matters that much.
I think it should matter to an extent, but not to the point it becomes the sole drive behind it.
Going off topic, who's the best and worst version of Optimus Prime? Interesting.
That one, actually easy. Well, actually, no, I'm thinking about it. It's more of preference-based because sometimes it doesn't sell well or the writing is not good. Like, for example, the animated Transformers Transformers cartoons. Like, there's the animated ones for, like, I believe Anime, Energon, and Cybertron. Some of those are cringe, and I don't think Optimus was the best leader in those.
Yeah. Oh shit, I actually got him with that. I kind of agree.
Okay, Rhino. Let's wrap this up.
Like, ironically enough, the Cybertron Optimus in that show is technically one of the most powerful that we've seen on the screen.
Yeah, the Cybertron Optimus was pretty wild.
You do know it's rude to cut in, right?
Fuck you, Scorpion.
But, like I always say, power doesn't always equal quality and character.
Oh Jesus! I just took a freaking car to the face.
Canonically, who do you think Peter beat for Scorpion or Rhino?
I mean, he kind of beats them both at the same time. Like, in the cutscene, I don't know.
Because we both see them down, like, Peter does, like, they don't end up fighting each other until, like, the boss fight ends. So Peter was definitely, like, having to double team them.
Oh!
So you guys in Octavius, huh?
Uh-oh.
Have a name yet? The Scary Six?
Ow! Okay, I'm gonna... Rift is gonna die. Oh, Rift did die. Oh, Jesus, that looked painful! Did you see the angle of Spider-Man's body? That looked so painful. Jesus. I feel bad for the guy. That looks straight up vicious.
Like, the thing about this fight is that Rhino is strong, Scorpion's fast. So it's just like two extremes of the candle.
Yeah. Fuck did he go? Fuck did Scorpion go? Oh, either. Peter was nerfed? Nah, he was 100% nerfed, like 100%. Like how was he able to withstand that? Can I do that finisher on Scorpion again? That was awesome. Fucking Rhino just killed Scorpion. He's straight up just dead on the floor. This game's awesome.
Canonically, that's why they end up fighting, because Rhino's a dummy.
Nope. Oh, I thought I could dodge over him. I want Rhino to hit me with a rock again, because that's hilarious. It just sends me flying. How the hell did that miss? Oh, Lord above. Whee! Come here. Me, you bastard. Die! Whee! Take your jaw off, you bastard. I love how Scorpion was just dead on the floor. That was so funny. Do you have any nitpicks? Any nitpicks, no matter how small it is, on the web swinging on the Insomniac games? It just has a few moments where, like, shit doesn't go your way. Like for example, you'll have moments where, like, there'll be, like, collision issues or what have you, which can't really be helped, you know. But even then, it's not as bad as previous games, so I don't really know.
I would say for me, it would just come down to, like, the limited animation sets that you get in each game, where Peter does end up repeating the same animations over and over again to the point it's repetitive. And I wish there was like a mode where you can like choose different animations to mix it up a little bit, kind of like the Spider-Man mods with different web swinging.
Yeah, I'd probably say the one criticism that I have of this swinging system was I just wished it was a bit faster. Like, it's not as slow as people say it is, but it could be a little faster.
Like, compared to Spider-Man 2, even Peter or Miles in that game swings faster, like, even without the other traversal mechanics.
Hey, I've been through the city, state, and federal databases.
Nailed it.
If this Devil's Breath doesn't exist, it's off the books. The only other place I can
Hold on.
Norman's personal files.
Oh, fuck's sakes, Rift. Get you... There we go. I couldn't... Why was that so hard?
if they spot...
Question for everyone. Hey Jason, how you doing, buddy? Question for everyone, which would you rather have remastered? Ultimate Spider-Man or Web of Shadows? Ultimate Spider-Man, no diff. We already have Web of Shadows remastered. It's called Spider-Man 2, except it's way better.
I'll call you for backup.
Okay.
Don't go disrespecting the Unicron trilogy, Armada, Energon, and Cybertron. Optimus was from the anime, don't question it. I mean, it's not exactly an excuse, though, because it's like, fucking Goku's an anime character, but people love him. For me, the best is the 1980s Optimus, the worst is Rise of the Beast Optimus. Damn, I disagree with that.
For me, it comes down to Optimus Prime from the Prime series, and I would say the worst one, debatably, Bayverse, based on how they written him throughout all 5 films.
Gee, oh, fucking hell, I disagree with that. Well, I think my favourite one is definitely Prime. I think the Prime show just did Optimus really well. I think the worst one would maybe be, like, either one of the animated trilogy ones, or it would maybe be, like, the 2015 show, where, was it, like, Robots in Disguise or something? It was like a kid, it was like one aimed for kids, and, like, Optimus became a T-Rex or some shit, like, it was so weird.
Yeah, I'm starting to retract my statement right there. I would say it's probably not the animated one. I would say it's probably the Energon Optimus is my least favorite. Like, the reason Bay is above him just because the action's better and the dialogue's better.
Well, like, I think Bayverse Optimus gets too much hate, and I also think that, again, like, you have, the 07 film where he was pretty much perfect.
Thanks, Pete.
I mean, yeah, I just love Bay Optimus through 1, 2, and 3. I hate him through 4 and 5.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. I just think his design got way worse. I don't like the Night form at all. Because there's no truck in it, aside from anything else. Like,
yeah, because the one reason when you said the 2015 show kind of like rubbed me the wrong way and making me retract the statement for Bayverse is because that is technically the Prime version of Prime.
It's technically a continuation, but like,
it's stupid, like how they read him.
Does anyone here watch Doctor Who? Yeah, I love Doctor Who, I just don't watch it anymore, because the newer season just ain't my thing.
They'll let you up if you claim special circumstances. The health emergency...
Faizan, how you doing, buddy? Really? Wait, is Faizan the person I think he is? Is Faizan the person who I keep debating with? I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know. I feel like me and Faizan disagreed with something a while ago. The name seems so familiar. Unless it's someone who has like a similar name, but not quite. I feel like me and you disagreed on quite a things, buddy. Who would win, Insomniac Peter from Spider-Man 2, no symbiote versus Ultimate Spider-Man from the cartoon? Fairly certain someone said that Ultimate Spider-Man can be like planetary or some shit. I don't know how that is, but...
I've actually went into the scaling of that before, so based on some, like, the Collector and the Grandmaster, they are consistently planetary, and Spider-Man grabs, like, the Grandmaster's spear and, like, hits him with it, but at the same time, the spear is stated to be, like, you know, enhances whoever uses it, so I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah,
but he does react to...
I think it's just one of those,
It's just one of those things where, yes, it's also a cartoon where you see him in like a video game set beat Fin Fang Foom, someone that even Hulk struggles with, and I'm just like, yeah, but it's like,
oh shit,
like even him fighting Doctor Doom seems to stretch in that show. It's just like, yeah,
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
It's just
I like this thing.
It's just the cartoon logic taking over. I only say it in some instances when it's not cartoon. Is it canon?
Yeah, I'm just keeping up with, Jason, Rift, you know that there's a version of Toby who has more abilities than Miles and would mid-diff Insomniac and Web of Shadows. He's called from Friend and Fur. I mean, regular Toby would already beat Insomniac, so... Cool.
I mean, I disagree with that because Friend or Foe doesn't really have that many good abilities. Like, it's just a...
I mean, if you use composite Toby, then yeah, he one-shots Insomniac, but obviously that's not really fair for Insomniac. You'd have to use composite versions of both.
And even then, composite version of Insomniac is very like contentious because if he somewhat scales to 616 characters, even if he's not equal, it would kind of like it's very debatable on where he would actually land.
The elevator's unlocked.
I mean, yeah, that's probably one of my biggest hot takes. I think Toby and pretty much all the live-action Spider-Man would beat Insomniac, Peter, and Miles in a fight, but we'll see how that one goes. I want to make a video on it, but I know it'll piss everyone off, so I'm kind of like 50-50 as to whether I actually should do it or not.
I say you should, like, this may be just me, but I would say wait till Spider-Man 3 comes out or more stuff comes out, because it's kind of that same issue with, like, say, Arkham Batman, where he wasn't highly scaled before, but now he is. Like, things can easily turn the tables, and it's just like, you don't want to piss off.
Also, Faizan, I mean, I'll just remake the video if that happens, I don't really care. It's fine. Yeah, Faizan, you can join the Discord server and put it in the Spider-Man section, if you have, like, a calculation for stuff.
I mean, from my perspective, if you use composite, like, Insom characters, like, even Venom from his, like, crossover with Null, that would actually put him way above most 616 characters, like Ghost Rider, because Ghost Rider struggled with the Grendel that Venom killed in that. Like, he killed 2 of them, which is something even Ghost Rider struggled with. So, yeah, it would upscale pretty much Insom to, like, 616 characters at that point, in which it would probably be no diff even for a composite Toby, unless he was in the comics as well.
Yeah, possibly.
And here's the thing. I will tell you this, Rick. Based on the scaling that we have discussed, I don't want to disagree. Like, I want to disagree, but I can't deny your logic with the live action beating Insom based on their feats so far, or the statements therefore. But I'm always in that mindset where it's like Captain America, where it's like you're not on their level, but if you were given, you know, a similar boost in strength and speed with the Super Soldier Serum, you could beat them. Kind of like saying that you don't have to be a perfect soldier, just good enough to earn the power.
Okay. Hello, Rick.
Hello. Wait, well, what's Captain America got to do with it?
Schematics for a prototype combat.
No, I was just using him as an analogy, where it's like Captain America was weak, he wasn't compared to other soldiers, but it's his quality of who he was as a person that got him the opportunity to get a level up, per se, where he can match people that are, like, higher than themselves.
I mean, I get what you mean, but, like, I get what you mean, but, I don't know, there's a misconception that, like, Cap, even with the serum, was, like, really weak. I don't really like that idea.
I hear ya. I'm just saying, like, from a perspective, if all the Spider-Man were, like, relative in, like, in their powers, then it would come down to other factors, like intelligence, skill, willpower, stuff like that, in which you could argue Insomniac is better than all 3.
Yeah.
Which is why I feel like that if you do equal stats them, Insomniac would win.
Yeah. Wait, is there a chance you can put it in the code? And
wait, hang on. Wait, Insomniac would win against who? Sorry.
If all the live action Spider-Man were, like, relative in, like, their powers in terms of strength, speed, and all that, and it came down to factors like intelligence, willpower, you know, skill, stuff like that, then Insomniac would be better than all 3.
That'd be an interesting one to think about. Am I a dickhead or something? What am I doing wrong?
But that's just my take. I always saw it.
I'm actually mentally destroyed by Ultimate Joker's takes. Why? Why are you destroyed by it? It ain't that serious, buddy. Am I being stupid? What am I doing wrong? Oh, there we go. I understand now.
Oh, sorry, Sid. Go on.
So I'm reading this comic saying Toby has all of 616 Spider-Man's capabilities. Again, capabilities with that. Just because he's capable doesn't mean he's on the same level.
Yeah, I mean, hello? Capable and possible.
Who joined?
Me, Phoenix.
Oh, Phoenix. Alright. I thought someone else said hello. Am I being fucking... I hate this part of the game.
By the same extension, you can say Insomniac in the comics, even if he isn't on 616 level, he still has the same capabilities as 616, since 616 says, like, they're almost even in intelligence, just focused on different areas. They both... Like, he's even jealous of Insomniac and how he uses his tech and what they, you know, how they work together.
Yeah.
So it's like, they both have the same capabilities. At that point, it's who's on whose level.
That's the thing. No one would understand 616 versus Insom.
Yeah, I think
it was like...
some is just contentious. I just think that you can interpret it many different ways. At that point, you shouldn't really. You should just, like, you know, somewhat. I wouldn't say just ignore it, but at the same time, it's just one of those things where you would have to argue he has to be somewhat on the same level, but not equal to them.
Yeah.
You just, like you said, Rift, there's a difference between Spider-Man dodging something and Flash dodging something, but they still have to be dodging each other for them to even, like, tag or miss the other.
Exactly.
Wait, what was this in, like, comment for? Like, what were we talking about when I said that?
Like if Toby had all 616's capabilities, I said, like, even if that were the case, there's still no indication that they're on 616's level, Toby, or even Insomniac, even if they had the same capabilities.
Yeah, I'm kind of 50-50 about that statement. I think, because if you look at, like, the literal definition of what capabilities means, then yeah, like, Toby would scale to 616, but, like, at the same time, within, like, the context of the, what the VFX person, what the VFX person was stating, I think he was referring to, like, the abilities, because he was like, yeah, he can do everything 616 can, but he has, like, a couple of new abilities, like, referring to the organic webbing and stuff. So, I think that's probably... I have kind of changed my mind on the stance, but obviously if I want to wank the shit out of Toby just to make him win a fight, then yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind taking that statement out of context just to piss off people, because it's funny. But yeah, I think it is just referring to the abilities at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing with Insomniac. Like, I can say that, yeah, even if he's, like, him fighting 616, they may not be on the same level. Yeah, I'll say that him fighting on...
But, like, 616... you could, like, reverse engineer that statement and, like, still scale him to, like, the comic levels. Because, say, for example, he was like, oh, so Toby's abilities are, like, comparable to, like, the comic version. Well, like, say, for example... the strength of his webbing was comparable to the comics version, then you have, like, the villains tearing apart the webs, so they scale to the comic characters. So, like, you could kind of argue it that way if you wanted to. I'm not saying that's true, but, like...
It's just, like, interpretations lead to different, you know, viewpoints, and those viewpoints just make people, you know... It's like we said before, the interpretation is the only thing that changes between statements.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I just think it's really funny when people are like, oh no, it's only, like, the abilities it's referring to. It's like, yeah, even if it was the abilities, you can still just, like, argue it based on that.
Yeah.
Riff.
If you want to, you can just go to the right, you can just go out to the pool.
Yeah, I kind of know that I just like taking these guys down, because it's one of the few times I actually can kill people as MJ.
Jason says, Rift, are you aware of Harry canonically meeting up with Noel?
Yeah, I'm kind of 50-50 on the comics as to whether they're, like, actually... Because, like, there are some... whenever I use the Insomniac characters, I never use the comic scaling. Just because even though people, like... Oh, hold on, I need to throw a lure to get past that guy. Like, even though there's, like, some people that say they're canon, there's other people that say they aren't, and it's just, like, a massive, like, I did not mean to do that. I am so sorry.
I mean,
we have issues. Yeah. God damn it.
Like,
could have done that better.
Like, to disprove that the comics are canon are also kind of wonky. Like, the idea that the multiverse rules don't make sense, but by the same tribute, Spider-Verse and MCU multiverse rules don't work together at all, because you can't travel the multiverse without attracting the TEA. So it's just like the Spider are already breaking the rules of the MCU at that point, and they're also connected to the comics. So saying the MCU isn't connected to the comics any more than Spider-Verse is goes against the whole point of them being.
I think the problem for them, honestly, is like I agree with what Crisis was saying, where, like, Crisis was like, oh yeah, so the Insomniac Spider-Man's connected to the Into the Spider-Verse timeline, which is connected to the MCU's, which is, like, there's loads of contradictions separating that from the comics. But, like, I honestly think that the main reason I disagree with it is just because they keep ending the comics by just, like, wiping Peter of his memories. Like, I think the fact that they keep doing that just creates more of a rift, like, between whether the comics are canon or not. Like, I feel as though if they I feel like if they were to end one of the comics and like, reference, like, something, and, like, have the characters keep their memories, it would be fine, and it would, like, cement the idea that it's canon, but I honestly think the reason why they don't do it is because they don't want to, like, contradict the games, or they don't want the games to contradict the canon. They don't want the games to contradict the comics. So, like, that's kind of why I don't think, like, I think the games are comic... Fuck, I can't speak today, I'm so sorry. I think the games, at the very least the first one, is canon to the comics, because in Spider-Geddon, they kind of reference the fact that Uncle Ben and Aunt May are dead for Insomniac Peter, but I just don't think it works the other way around. Like...
Actually, Griff, there is a comic that does indicate that the comics are canon. It's the prequel comic to Spider-Man 2, where Miles and Peter are fighting Tarantula again.
Wait, which one?
It was the prequel before Spider-Man 2. So before Spider-Man 2 came out, there was a prequel comic that came out before the game, where...
Yeah, both Miles and Peter have their new suits, and Peter references Spider-Man 2, and they even mention that the hood is canon to the verse. Which is who they fight.
The code name for Devil's Breath.
Yeah.
No,
like,
I mean, like, wait...
Even Peter...
Don't...
Isn't that...
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, you know the comic that, that you're referring to, like, which... Like, is that, like, an Insomniac comic, or is it, like...
It's an Insomniac comic.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, I think the Insomniac comics are canon, because it's, like... It's part of, like, their verse, if that makes sense. But, like, I just don't think the crossovers are necessarily canon. Just because there's quite a few contradictions.
Okay, I see what you're getting. Okay, so I see what you're getting at. So, like, So,
like, all of the multiverse bullshit, I don't think that's canon, but obviously I think I think the comics where it's like what Insomniac was doing before the events of the PS4 game, I think those are canon. What he was doing between the first game and the second game, I think those are canon. I just don't think that, like, Spider-Geddon and Spider Infinity, I just don't think those are necessarily canon, because of, like, well, aside from the fact that the games never reference the comics, but also the fact that there's just... It's to the point now where, like, even if the developers came out and they said, yeah, those comics are canon, I still wouldn't believe it, just because, like, there's just... I feel as though they just don't know what they're doing, like, with the verse kind of thing.
Well, I mean, it depends, because, like, I think the devs, Go ahead, Steve.
Well, there is an explanation. Because they were developing the Great Web and other projects, they were actually planning on incorporating Insoms to, like, the comic verse, the movie verse, and all that. They were even going to set up movie villains fighting the Spider-Man in the Great Web. But that whole thing was canned. So that when that was canned, they had to completely redo what they were setting up with the multiverse because it was canned. So it's just one of those things where they had intention of making all those events, like, connect. But it was just, like, because the project was canceled, they had to, like, revamp everything they were doing. So it's not that they don't know what they were doing, it's that what they were originally doing was, like, canned.
Oh, I don't like this scene. It makes me anxious.
Oh, and by the way, another thing, too, is, like... I don't know, but some of the chat, I think it was Jason who made actually a really cool point. Prototype 1, 2, and 3, do you think it will be good, if not better, than the Insomniac series?
I never really played the Prototype games. Are they any good?
A lot more.
Yeah,
they are. They're just more like a bloody, like, open world where it's like Infamous Second Son, where if you go evil ending, but just more bloody and more destruction.
Actually, I was gonna say this, but, like, you know, since you played it, you know how. And fun fact, by the way, apparently Prototype was supposed to be the first ever Venom game.
Yeah, they were saying that. I was hearing stuff about that, but essentially it was supposed to be like a parallel to, like, what people were thinking with Ultimate Venom and the Ultimate.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm just, like, reading comments, but in the wrong order, so I'm confused. Could Arkham Knight Batman with prep time be able to beat Insomniac's Craven?
That would be a stalemate.
I don't think.
I feel like realistically, you'd have to give them both prep time just for it to be, like, a fair fight.
I feel like that would be a stalemate since Craven is looking for someone that can kill him. Batman wouldn't kill.
Well, it's also the issue with Batman is that his prep time feats, we only know he has plans. We don't know if they would ever work in an actual contention because the squad uses it, but at the same time, it's like the squad beat Batman. Just like, and it's just like that game just makes no sense.
Yeah, that's the part I'm like, I don't know if anybody wants to go into that game. Especially, like, if we give Craven the amount of prep time to study Crane's toxin. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that would be
he would
pretty
definitely
interesting.
come here.
Well,
Like, the thing
I,
about it's the argument that I saw this YouTuber make where it's like they went to Crisis and they're like, hey, could Arkham Batman beat Spider-Man? He's like, Batman has better speed feats, therefore would blitz Peter, and he would bypass his spider sense, use stealth on him. But he would say that if Spider-Man were to like land a punch on him, bloodlusted, Batman would die. That's basically the logic. Like Batman would just use his intelligence, his speed, and his smarts to like blitz Peter, blitz his spider sense. So if you compare that to like Craven, it's like, can Craven like blitz Batman? No, but if he lays his hands on him, he can.
Not gonna lie, these Sable goons are thick as shit. Like, why are they trying to bash down a barricade when they could just shoot through the glass?
Wait, hold on. It's too late. You're up.
We all know that me and Rip both like Sable.
Whee! Plot twist.
I mean, Sable's
Plot twist, Spider-Man didn't get there.
You are crazy.
I think that Sable, in a sense, is what people were looking for in a model MJ in the game instead of the one we got.
Oh, god damn it. I should have used Andrew's suit. That would have been amazing.
I mean, a lot of people were saying that the MJ that we got in the second game doesn't look exactly like her. And then...
Honestly, I'm done with that because people harassed... Because Insomniac got leaked, they got the actress's contact information and people were harassing her to the point she quit. I'm just like, at that point, and then I look at the actual model, I'm like, they don't look different at all. It's just, like...
Katana fans take that cap off. Wait, is Katana fans in the stream?
Yeah. Hey, Katana.
Where is he? The fuck?
But back to that, it's just like, why are you criticizing the actress and harassing her when this has been a staple in almost every single game?
Why is his message not coming up?
Exactly.
Katana, have you
That's what
like
I'm trying
blocked
to
me or
figure
something, buddy? For some reason on multi-chat, your message isn't showing up.
Try refreshing your chat.
No. It's showing up on the actual YouTube thing, but on the multi-chat overlay I have, it's not bringing it up. I don't know why. Weird.
But yeah, that is a good point, though. Like,
weird. Don't know why that is.
People, like, that's a good point. People want a comic accurate looking MJ, right? And I'm like, how are we supposed to know what she looks like from a comic book?
I have to get that anti-serum.
Yeah, I don't know why your message isn't showing up in the chat. It's really odd. I don't know if you have me like blocked or something on YouTube because of like the original video, and that's why it's not showing up. Funnily enough, I couldn't see your comment either on like my videos. Like I tried replying to your comment multiple times and it just didn't work.
It is.
Don't know.
But
I'll have to have a look about
like,
that.
do you agree with that though? Like, people want like a comic accurate looking character, and it's just like we don't know what these characters look like. From no offense, and I like comics and stuff like that, but and I mean no harm on the rest of this, even though I probably might get a lot of people hating for this. How are we supposed to know what she looks like on a piece of paper?
I mean, I feel like as long as you nail like the key components, like it shouldn't be that big of an issue. So like as long as you give her like red hair, for example, like that should be fine. Because it's like there's times, for example, where like even where the characters don't look comic accurate, but they kind of do at the same time. So like from the 90s Iron Man show where he had like fucking like long ass hair. Like that's not comic accurate. Well, it kind of is depending on the run, but like when you think of Tony Stark, you don't think of long hair.
Yeah, you think of like short hair, goatee.
Probably because of no, I never blocked you. Yeah, I can't see your messages for some reason. I don't know why. Might have to have a look into that.
Well, my ultimate counter argument is if you really want to bitch and complain about like a face model's face on a computer generated screen, then you should hate every actor who's played a certain version of the character. You should hate Andrew.
Yeah, because they don't look like it.
Just doesn't.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just like criticize them for their face. Like you should judge them for the character and how they perform and who they are as people, not because they don't represent what you think the character should look like.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's odd. I don't really know why people.
Like I had to make a debunk video debunking. I don't know if you guys know who this is. Have you heard of News to Astonish?
No.
Okay. So even though I really don't want to talk about this, but like there was something about he was complaining about the way that Jean Grey was gonna look in Wolverine, right?
Yeah, I don't have you blocked.
Apparently, so I reacted to it on stream, and I made like a debunk video. I made a response video to his response video, and I pretty much debunked it.
Guys, I'm really sorry to interrupt.
I made a response video to his video.
I'm really sorry to interrupt. I've just found something really hilarious. Yeah, so in here, I've just refreshed my memory on like some of the people I blocked from like Ultimate Joker's community, and you know, there's like Reskin, there's a few other people there. I've just noticed. Wait, where was it? Oh, I don't know if it was glitched or something. For some reason, Bowman, who I think is an Ultimate Joker fan, for a split second, they had the same logo. I was gonna say, could you imagine if, like, they changed the freaking logo to match Joker? That'd be a right laugh. But, nah. A little bit disappointed that, what the fuck have I done to the stream? Bear me a sec. There we go.
But, like, I pretty much made a
It's good to have you here, though, Katana, and if you want to join the Discord and, like, we can have a chat and stuff, that'd be a better idea, because YouTube's being a butt at the moment. It's being a butt cheeks.
But yeah, so, like, I made a response video about him complaining about the way that Jean Grey looks with the unfinished model. And what I did was I brought up a live-action version of Jean Grey and a comic book version of Jean Grey. And a cartoon version. They don't look anything alike.
Yeah. It's like comparing, it's like comparing Rogue from, like, the animated show versus, like, her from the early Fox films. It's like, they don't have much in common.
Okay, I'm just reading this comment about whether or not, from Binky8990, he basically is saying, what if the MJ face model, like, had to get her jaw reconstructed, all that, and he's wondering if it's true. From all we know, it doesn't really matter if it... But here's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't even matter if it's true or not, because you shouldn't have to criticize someone on their face just because they had it reconstructed. Like, look at the actress who plays Starlight in The Boys. Like, people criticized her. But there's no difference. Like, you shouldn't have to argue about it or complain about it like they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think people just get too annoyed about stuff like that. It's like, oh, she looked beautiful, and now she fucked her face up with, like, it's like, who cares?
The way that I look at it is, like, if you don't want to interrupt the show or, like, a game, you have to go ahead and stick with canon.
What would you want to talk about? Anything and anything. I don't really mind.
Oh, and by the way,
we literally just talk about anything in the live streams.
Well,
like,
since you're in chat, I haven't finished watching the Baki versus I think Baki versus Keegan Ashur yet. So I haven't finished watching that yet.
We need to get through these demons quick before Lee gets a hold of the anti-serum.
Oh, I thought I got discovered then, but apparently not.
But like,
yeah, I kind of feel like stealth is a little bit pointless in these games, mainly just because of how OP the gadgets are.
Yeah. Don't finish it.
It's probably the worst crossover. Screw stealth. I'm just gonna go in.
Literally didn't see that coming.
I mean, yeah. Like, I still think that there should have been more to that fight, but Baki was learning Keegan's style and using moves that we have never seen him use before.
Spider-Man, leave now. My men will handle this.
Sable? Lee wiped out the agents stationed here. They're not handling.
I love how I'm technically still in stealth and like Peter and stuff are just shouting over the bloody radio. Well, that's probably the first time I did that entire segment in stealth. I feel pretty... Oh, please don't send enemies. Oh, bloody hell. I literally did the entire thing stealthy, and now I have to fight people anyway. Stupid.
But like, I do think though, who do you think will win in a fight? Insomniac, Spider-Man, and Miles versus Alex Mercer? I would say Alex Mercer.
Wait, who's... Who's Alex?
He's the prototype.
What? That sounds so familiar. Prototype.
But the thing about Alex is that he's probably city level. It's just a question of can the Spider-Man actually resist his like hacks and abilities.
Yeah.
What abilities does he have?
Well, he has the ability to make people into like these monster-like creatures. He can shapeshift into them and like have their biomatter create monsters. Like anyone he touches, he affects their DNA on a subcellular level.
I don't. Yeah. Oh fuck me. Wait, which version of Peter are we? I swear down. Can I like just stop? I just died to thin air. Apparently, fucking Peter had a heart attack.
Well,
I literally didn't get touched by anything.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's Insomniac or any of the live action. It's like if they can't
No,
resist his
no.
attacks,
I mean, sorry. I meant if it was anti-venom or not, because he'd probably have a lot of resistance to like the manipulating his biology.
I think anti-venom could resist it. I'm just not sure about Miles.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like, obviously, like none of the. I swear down. Can I just stop getting killed?
Oh,
Why am I so
here's the thing, like, if you were to put Miles up against, say, Cole or Delson, it would be a harder fight.
Is debatable.
Like, I wish I could join in with this conversation, but I have no idea about Prototype.
Well, we're talking about Infamous now, so
I don't know anything about that either. Sorry.
Well, the thing about them is, depending on how you look at it, Cole and other characters in the verse could be continental based on statements or just implications. The issue comes down to Cole and Delson scale to those characters, but at the same time, it's like they're not necessarily performing those feats off rip. Like, it's just like the implication.
Both conduits, so.
Yeah, I just don't think every conduit is like at that level. It's only be the Beast, for example. And I don't think like the main antagonist from Invincible Second Son is on that level, despite a character saying that they are the most powerful conduit thing met. It's just it's one of those things where maybe hype rather than actual, you know.
I'm gonna save a focus bar, Rip.
I'm trying. I don't have any focus to begin with. I've got like no gadgets left. I'm just improvising.
Well, let's say Anti-Venom versus, you know, the character from Prototype. I think that if you scale Peter to possibly city level, then it would be like a drag down fight. It would ultimately come down to how can one character put down the other.
How smart is this Mercer character?
I would say he's either average to above average intelligence.
I think that would probably be a good thing for Peter then.
Like, I think Peter is definitely.
Go ahead, Dave.
It's just that this character can like absorb memories and knowledge from other characters that they absorb. So it's like if they absorb, like, say, someone like Otto Octavius or someone that is incredibly smart or knowledgeable, he could use that to his benefit. But I just don't see him individually being smarter than Peter.
We can fight each other. We can fight Lee, but not both.
Hey, Mob, how you doing, buddy? Alex doesn't Mars have invisibility? Let's just say Peter would have to use anti-venom. I don't think it would, because Peter has a chance, because Alex's adaptability. Remember, he adapted to a cure that was meant to destroy him. That's interesting. I wasn't trying to justify the harassment to MJ's face model. I'm saying if this rumor is true, everyone's harassing and making fun of the actress is beyond fucked up and not okay. Yeah, I just think people take it really way too seriously. Like, obviously, like, Katana fans is here and he can vouch. Obviously, he was you know, but he was a mate with Ultimate Joker, and obviously, like, you have people like Joker, Synthetic Man, probably Lucas as well. Like, so just like you have just some YouTubers that really like.
Honestly, Lucas.
I think
doesn't really like the face model, but Lucas doesn't really like the face, but he actually defended the actors.
I feel as though he mainly just criticized the character of MJ. I don't think he brought up
like,
the face model so much.
The thing about Lucas is he kind of fell off for me. Like, at some point I thought he was like decent, but now it's like he's controversial at best.
Yeah,
I think as well. Yeah, he has a couple of moments where like he was like really sexist as well. Like there was a couple of clips of him that went viral of where he was like, "Oh, women don't belong in certain jobs and shit." Like okay, dude, calm down.
Yeah, I've seen that video. It was actually pretty hilarious. Like through Colin and Crisis' reaction.
Yeah, I know.
Stream, like
I watched that. Yeah, I just think people take shit way too seriously. It's like I feel as I don't know. It's like
I just think it's petty. Like it just means you're an incel, maybe.
Because I find it funny. It's like I'm trying to think of like a way of describing it. Because like. I honestly don't know, because it's like, there are some characters, like, that are in games that you can accept are, like, attractive or whatever, but it's like, I don't feel any attraction to them. But, like, the way that people... It's like, the way people describe it, it's like, it's almost as though, like, they live vicariously through it, and it's so weird.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, when it comes to, say, a character not looking right, it comes down to, like, just aesthetics of who they represent in terms of both writing and how they look. Like Zendaya in playing MJ in the Homecoming trilogy, I don't consider that, accurate at all, or MJ at all, like in terms of writing or looks. That's the only time I consider.
I get what you mean, but I just find it really weird where like people don't even focus on the freaking
I have a question for the person in the background. Are you aware that Alex was holding back against Teller towards the section of the game? Yes.
Katana, if you want to join VC, let me know. I'll add you.
Well, let's just say this, that when it comes to, let's say, Prototype versus, say, Infamous, for example.
Also, whilst you guys are talking about this, I'm just gonna go for a piss and get a drink, since we're near the end of the game.
Well, I'll just say this: Infamous has better scaling, but Prototype has like better hacks and deep stuff where you could see either character beating each other. It's just really hard to like gauge who can beat who first.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna invite Katana to the...
I mean, the one thing that I think that is most contentious nowadays is like Star Wars debates, because I see people like putting up polls every day on who's stronger, who's overrated, who is this, who is that. And I find that like one of the most egregious stuff, and I'm not sure if you guys talk about any of that, but I know we discussed it before. It's just one of those things where you see it pop up every now and then, and you're like, why is this still a debate, or why can't people just look at all the context?
Yeah.
Like, I will admit, I do have some, opinions that people agree with, but at the same time, it's like I'm not unrealistic about them. Or at least I don't try to be. That's why I ask for an objective stand, like other people's opinions.
Yeah.
Kind of like make sure you're objective rather than, what you think and what you know are two different things.
Yeah. Am I still on the call?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
You know what I also find interesting, and I'm not sure how this would scale, but isn't Mr. Negative weak to electricity?
I'm not sure.
Because you remember in the first fight with Peter, he kind of got knocked out by a burst of electricity from the console.
Yeah, he should be weak to electricity, but I never thought about that.
Yeah, my whole stick is that Miles being nearly bloodlusted and going more all out than Peter ever did when he's not as fatigued or injured, and he's not as powerful as he once was. An indication that base Peter, when weakened and fatigued, fighting a stronger Mr. Negative, who's bloodlusted, kind of indicates that they're on the same level, pretty much.
Yeah.
Because Miles was going more all out on Peter, and Mr. Negative wasn't at his most powerful or trying to kill.
Yeah.
So I just find it weird that people kind of gloss over that fact. Like, they outright do show that they have to be somewhat on the same level. Because Mr. Negative is it's like the Green Goblin and Tom Holland and Toby. Like, yes, you see one character performing better, but some people take the context out just to say.
Yeah, Katana, I've got you, dude. I'll get you in. I'll get you in the VC, my guy. Oh, that's not what I need to do.
Honestly, I just thought about this.
I've done that
I was talking to Evan probably, I think. Well, I was talking to Evan on Twitter.
Evan Palarka?
Yeah. He posted something about an idea for a Venom game.
Wait, what's your Discord?
If they are gonna do that, can you imagine if Harry is just up and about and he just pulls off that legendary
amazing profile picture
line from whenever he said whenever he said, my name is Harry Osborn, they call me a monster, they call me a terrorist, I caused it, he did all those things.
Amazing profile picture, my guy.
Can you imagine if they pull that off? Just imagine Harry just having that.
I don't think it would be. I feel like if Venom does come back, it should be Eddie Brock. That way, that Harry's still in a coma by the third game.
Yeah.
No, Phoenix, I appreciate you helping with a comment in the chat, but it was a private VC, so they physically can't see it unless I invite them. But I appreciate you trying to help.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy, you alright?
Okay, great. Hey, what's up, man?
How you
From what
feel?
I got before I got here, one of you was talking about the Baki Kengan crossover.
That was me. That was Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix, do yourself a favor. Don't watch that shit because that was probably the worst crossover you're ever gonna see in any realm of fiction ever. The problem is that the reason I'd have a disdain for it when you brought it up is that it has a reliance on the Baki animation style, and I really don't like that style compared to Kengan, where you can actually tell they put a lot of effort into the animation and movements, whereas Baki is gonna constantly be still frame, impact, shaky cam over and over again with very little or real good choreography.
Okay, because like I was wondering because I was very curious because like while I was watching I'm like, did they use Keegan Ashura's animation style or like?
No, Kengan Ashura's style, right? Like, people give it shit because it's a CGI anime and people hate that for some reason. But it's really not that bad because like, movement and the way the choreography goes, it's actually really stunning and way better than Baki. The problem is that with this crossover, nobody's expecting even a remotely solid plot. Problem is that when just badass fights are like literally your only selling point in your special and you can't even deliver that, then yeah, your special instantly sucks.
Yeah. But you do have to admit though, and this is probably like the only reason why I watched it, because my friend spoiled it for me. Baki was learning, and I'm pretty sure, and just to make sure, was Baki learning Keegan Ashura's style while, like, was he learning it or like?
I mean, I guess, but like even then, it's not like it's like okay. They're like okay. I'll admit like watching Baki and Oma I'm a Kengan fan. I don't fuck with Baki at all. And after seeing this movie, I'm not gonna watch Baki after this. But it was enjoyable to see two main characters like that engage in a way that they do, right? But
yeah,
see them learn off of each other's unique fighting styles from their respective shows. I get that can be a little bit exciting, but the fights themselves, like Saw Ping versus that one guy or Ryan versus that other guy, that shit was so like generic and just so unbearably stale. The fighting isn't fun to watch. The movement is very stiff. And Baki's animation style, in my opinion, is just very, very bad for an anime that's about fighting. Kengan is just significantly better because
it's better
not
overall,
only do they
physically stronger, than Cole shouldn't necessarily bring it.
not only do they explain like the lore behind the fights and stuff like typical animes do, but it's also just really well animated. Like if you see even something like Oma versus Jun Sekabayashi, right? Like that stuff is so well animated, the way he pummels his opponents, right? The way he transforms and all that shit. Like the motion is there and it's really good. So I don't know why people ever will give Kengan shit for its animation when it's actually really good.
Yeah.
Interrupting slightly because I think this is something we've discussed. I have a question. Do you think Osborn is going to be the regular Green Goblin with the glider? For the final boss, he transforms into a similar to like Ultimate Goblin. That's actually an interesting thing to think about. I think that's probably gonna. I think something like that maybe is gonna happen, but I literally don't know. Fucking anything could happen.
Yeah. If anything, I can see them probably leaning towards the Goblin design, or the Ultimate design, because a lot of people tend to lean towards that design, I've noticed. Like, I think the last time I remember any media, besides any, like, mainstream media leaning towards the classic design was just the Raimi trilogy, right?
Yeah.
You've got, like, a couple of unknowns using that.
Wait, are you still streaming? Yeah, of course I am. It's not that late. Also, oh, sorry, go on.
What I think they're going to do is they're going to try to lean to a bit of both, because there was some leaked concept art where it seems like Goblin was in the classic design, but he was more like deformed, like he was in that Ultimate Goblin stage under the hood. Yeah. And it was kind of one of those things. He's going to keep evolving, or like
kind of like Ultimate makes them with Hasbro.
Well, I just think that they're going to make him classic first, so that he can be like a proper like introduction, and
like
then he's probably going to inject himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then inject himself with a serum that's even that's even more unstable to make him that big giant Hulk one when he's like losing Peter in a 1v1, or
it was like something from Dark Souls. That was like a synchronized attack.
Like here's the thing that I can see them doing.
Both of those guys
Katana,
just
go
hit
ahead.
me at once.
Katana?
Nah, go ahead.
For me, I would say
Ow.
I really do like the ultimate, but like
Ow.
after seeing the concept art, I'm kind of leaning towards the Chasm 2 mixed in with ultimate,
Uh-oh.
the cape, and it's all green.
I mean, I don't know. Whatever design they go for, because if they go for the ultimate design, it's like, okay, well, didn't we kind of get that with? Didn't we kind of get a giant monster with Venom in the last game? And then it's gonna be like, well, if they go for the skinny glider design, it's gonna be like, eh. I don't really. Whatever design they go for is whatever. It's just how they handle Norman's character, because it's gonna be kind of a weird transition for him to go to basically Donald Trump in the first game, hardly existent in the second game, and then the third game now he's like big kaiju monster wants to kill everything, man. It's gonna be kind of a weird character transition to me overall.
Certainly going to be an interesting thing to see.
What I think they're gonna do is make him similar to like Craven's like build, where he's like a little bit bigger, but not too much to the point where he's not like as big as Craven, but just like bigger than Spider-Man at least.
To be fair, he already is
one of
bigger than Spider-Man. Well, at the very least, like in this game, he was.
Yeah, I'm just saying from a certain standpoint, you can see Goblin just ending up, you know, being a mixture between the monster and the design, because that way it would actually be a perfect mix of both. That way you please everyone.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Also, by the way, dude, I just want to ask, like, how you I know that, you know, we haven't exactly had the strongest start, but I just want to ask some times passed between, you know, the shit that happened between you and that group of people. I just wanted to ask how you're doing, like, as a person. Like, has it like affected you? Are you like moving on? Like,
I'm beyond okay. When it comes to Joker, like I said in your comment, like I stand by a lot of things, and I think fuck, it's a lot, but I don't think that Joker is a horrible person. I know you disagree on that, but I don't think he's awful in every single aspect. I think he's just got some really fucked up priorities for what he thinks he can speak for and what he thinks he's standing on. Like, I notice with him, his talking points are gonna constantly go to like how fucked up racism is, and he'll make all these points for black representation in media, but he'll never ever do the same thing for homosexual or any other minority group in media that's getting represented, right? Like, he'll bash homosexual representation that's not in a rated M game, but he'll praise the fuck out of any other racial representation. But he'll also kind of, I don't think he'll I notice he also, I've had a conversation with him about this in a call before. He leans really hard into stereotypes, and I've said this in a video. Do I think that's okay? Do I endorse that? No.
Wait, when you say he
Go ahead.
leads into stereotypes, like, do you mean like in terms of like fictional characters, like real life? Like, what do you mean?
In terms of, basically in terms of like how he'll put on like these generalizations, like he'll like what he said about Indian people in the video I was with him on the first time.
Yeah.
Where he's like, oh, all these Indian scam call centers, you know, they're pretty much working a 9-to-5 illegal job, and I had to argue with him. I had an argument with him about this in a call, believe it or not. And
Literally.
I said, dude, you do real. And he said, oh no, this guy said that there was more giga deaths or giga respect for black people doing it because it's in your face. And I'm like, Brody, you do realize both are very wrong things to do and both very illegal things to do. Like, even before the bridge burner, like, again, when I was friends with him, there were still things I was more than willing to call him out on. Like, I was not afraid to point that out to him, and I've confronted him about this before. Like, bro, you're criticizing and making it seem like, you know, the generalization or stereotype that Indian people work scam call centers like a 9-to-5, bro. That's still just as wrong and illegal as what you've compared it to.
It's rough. For real.
Yeah, there were things like that, and then
what in the holy fuck,
like
seriously? Yuri, if you go back and watch my video that I responded to him where it was like the fuck, which video was it? It wasn't the concept art one. What video was it that we did? That you did?
Imagine how satisfying.
What was it you collabed? Was it like the
It was the ugly, are women ugly in modern video games? And
Yeah,
that was a point that he made up.
Yeah,
because he was
watch
like,
that video, Yuri. He says some really fucked up things.
He also said, like, he was making the comparison about, like, you know, one point, that, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with him on, because he's not entirely wrong about that, I guess, but, like, he'll, make the point that, like, oh, you guys love your big anime titties that are constantly always drawn on screen, even though black women are the ones who are most likely to have this feature on them, and I was like,
I found that so
I mean,
funny.
okay, I guess, but, I mean, yeah, you can say whatever you will, but like things like that, he'll like go on those points, and like I noticed like he'll rep really hard for black representation, but I don't think he does that for other groups as much.
I just found that hilarious, like when he like, because like I don't know what was more funny, the fact that he was saying that stuff, or the fact that he was like unironically showing it, like without censoring it, like. I just found I just found it hilarious, but it's like, oh, Asian women are racist because of how it's portrayed. Right?
But like,
yeah,
I don't think he said they were racist though. Like my thing is that I don't really care how he goes about that talking point specifically. It's to me, I can understand, and I've had this conversation with him before. I can understand how people would look at him a certain way when he talks about racial related issues, when he makes those generalizations. I don't think he is racist. Like I said in the video where I was talking about you at the end, I said that I think he just leans a little harder than he should on stereotypes. I don't think that's racist, but I don't encourage or endorse that type of generalization.
Yeah,
and I noticed Joker tends to make those a lot, so.
So like I think part of the reason, so like I do kind of agree, like, because at the time, like, I also had, like, a similar viewpoint where, like, maybe he just, like, leans a little bit too far into it, but it's, like, the more I looked at it, like, maybe, I don't know whether it was a thing against me specifically, because obviously, like, because I made those videos, but, like, the more I went on, it's, like, it'd be kind of funny, because he'd take, like, any opportunity to basically like try and discredit me or what have you, like even giving me cameos in videos, which I found hilarious, making like multiple community posts. It just kind of got to a point where I was like, okay, it's not this guy's views that are necessarily the whole issue. I just found it funny where like he was making like all the community posts, and it'd be funny as well because like there'd be some people in the Discord server where like they'd go to his, and I don't endorse this at all, like, but like they would go to his comment section and start shit, and just to provoke a reaction, I guess. But like, I don't know, it's just ridiculous. Like the entire thing just went.
People are flawed, yeah.
But like that was kind of what turned me away from the idea that he was just leading into it, and he was like, okay, yeah, he's making community posts, he's doing this, that, the other. This guy's genuinely, like, he's either got, like, at best, he's got an out-of-control ego, and at worst, he's just a piece of shit.
Yeah, he's definitely the ego thing. Like, again, I can, like, if Joker were to ever, this is why, like, I don't really care what he says about me anymore, because I have so much shit I could, like, fucking just post and leak about Joker conversations that I've had about him, and I can make damn sure that none of it cuts to him personally in any way, shape, or form. Like, I've had I've literally, I can post those if he ever thinks he can, like, tell a lie about me or any of that shit. Joker definitely has, like, kind of an ego thing. I've pointed it out with the whole Crispy debacle. I've even given Crispy his credit and points towards things when I first had that, dialogue with him, and even then Joker was giving me shit for like not being meaner towards Crispy, even though I was actually trying to get somewhere in the dialogue.
See, like,
you can have disagreement. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Cause, like, with like how things went with Crispy. Obviously I made my original videos, like whether he was nerfed or not. And, like, Crispy got in contact with me, and he was like, "Yeah, I'd like to make a similar video, reacting to like Joker's you know, Peter was objectively nerfed thing." So he took like a segment from my video. He gave me credit and stuff, and it was fine. And he asked permission, but he gave and I'm pretty sure was it on your channel or was it a Joker's channel where like you and him like went through Crispy's video? I can't remember, but like,
well, it depends. I think since I was reacting to all of this, like, I was reacting to the nerf, I was reacting to Joker's video, Chrissy's video, and Katana's. And I'm not gonna lie, after replaying it, there are some moments where I was like, I'm just not gonna say anything. Because like I was thinking in the back of my head.
I just found it a bit insane where like, because again, when I was watching like collabs between like you and him, it's like you were by far the more reasonable one of the two. Like, I just found it.
I didn't watch the Crispy video with Joker. I made my own separate response video. Joker made his own separate response video. He included a clip of my initial one, and then after Crispy made his response to my response and Joker's response, I made one more in kind of like an even more. Yeah, I made, but like that's the reason I did it the way that I did with the second Crispy video I made. I did it in more of a peace treaty way because I knew that we were gonna have our disagreements, but like at the end of the day, I needed to get somewhere in the discussion where it was a good note to end off in. I'm not gonna continuously hostile go back and forth with you via video making over and over again. So if we're gonna disagree, I'm gonna at least try to end it off on a high note, which is why I did it the fashion that I did. It was just the best route to go. But even then, Joker was still giving me flack for it because he wanted me to be more aggressive towards Crispy in my approach, which I wasn't gonna do because I wouldn't have got, like, I don't think no one realizes, at least from that point of view, how pointless and how dumb and how redundant that would have been if I just kept the same aggro energy when I was literally hearing out Crispy's points more than ever before. I felt like that just would have gotten nowhere and we would have accomplished nothing.
Well, I think as well, what made me respect your viewpoint of the situation was, I think I watched Joker's video responding to Crispy, and like when he got to the Miles vs. Peter boss fight where like Crispy showed my clip, he didn't even watch it. Like he just skipped past it. He was like, "Oh, it's from Rivs like this." It's like I don't, and I think that's really unfair. Like
wait,
when
him or me? Because I also skipped over your part because
you bastard.
I felt that.
Yeah.
I know, but I felt like the reason I did, and I'll even stand by it here, is because whenever I've talked to people about Peter's nerf, right?
Yeah. I
notice people will add context, and I tell them that I feel like that context only means so much because, it's, imagine somebody, okay, I say, Peter fucking crashed into a bank, pulled money out, we see video footage of him robbing a bank, running out of the scene. And then you add context of Peter from a different world saying, oh, well, this Peter's actually really having a hard time. He's actually really fucking poor. You know, his girlfriend just had a baby and they're like really down on their luck. Their rent's due. They barely can afford food. His car just got towed. He really fucking needs money. There's context to that, people will say. And I'll be like, okay, well, that context is great and all, but that doesn't change the fact that we just saw Peter run out of the bank with a bag full of money getting chased down. That to me is kind of the way I view it. You can give me the context you want, but in my eyes, I still watch Spider-Man in a position not to hold back against Miles, his student, still lose to Miles, his student. And I get that the plot needed to go somewhere, but when people add that context, it just feels like kind of, it does come off like an excuse to me for why events happened the way that they did. When in reality, to me, when this is a game, I feel like we could be showcasing Spider-Man, especially in this game, Spider-Man's skill and peaks of strength and what he can really do in such a better way in so many other instances. And it's not even per se the exact examples of like losing to Miles. Like I'm okay with him losing to Miles. I'm okay with him dying to Craven even. I'm not okay with the fashion that he'll die to Craven. I don't like the fact that an 8-year-old Spider-Man experience will get one-shotted by Craven in such a blunt way. I think that could have went a lot better for one of the main protagonists of the second game. I felt like there should have been a better build-up to things like that, and that's just a few examples of where I stand on it, right?
It's like, I understand that. I think, again, like, I appreciate that aspect. I think it's mainly just the way, like, people like Joker and Synthetic Man, like, go about it, where it's as though, like, they're like, oh, both characters were going all out and Miles kicked his ass. It's like, no, that's not how it went at all. And it's like, even with,
I just have to appreciate. Yeah, sorry.
Wait, Katana, I'm not gonna lie. I think I was one of the people that commented under that video.
It's fine, no worries.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from now. Like I see where you're coming from now because like right after playing it, it was kind of hard for me to understand at first, and that I was like, okay, so probably like so. I had a context.
I mean, we can have the discussion if you want to have that discussion that started all this. We can have that discussion. I don't care.
Which discussions?
Okay,
I mean,
so from my
nerd thing entirely, we can talk about that. I don't care.
Oh fuck it, yeah, I'm down for
so
that.
the way that I interpret that, the way that I interpret that whole entire thing was.
Let's open these old wounds. Let's do this.
Craven knew how to get an opening because like he had Connors behind him turning into the lizard, and he had MJ like he knocked out MJ as well. So like Peter had all these things going on in the background, so Craven knew how to get an actual hit, and he knew when to leave him open, and he knew how to get an opening. That's just the way that I look at it.
Well, I think for me,
go ahead.
I think for me it's like even simpler. Like the fact that based on like consistent showing within the game, it's like, for, like Joker and what have you, they have the misconception that Craven's only peak human. It's like he clearly isn't, because not only is he like confirmed to be amped, but he's also incredibly fucking strong. I think it's mainly just a case of it was like that specific situation was just an impossible situation for Peter, because not only is he going against Craven, who's almost certainly at least as strong, almost certainly stronger. Craven's got more experience, the better fighter, etc. But also, Craven had like literal months of prep time against Spider-Man and his Rogues Gallery. So like, even if there was like a legitimate boss fight, I still think Peter would have died. So like, that situation just doesn't... Like, that was just an unfair, like, situation for Peter. Like, he was just completely caught off guard, had no chance,
okay,
and it wouldn't have resulted any differently.
Can
Okay,
I
but
add
careful,
my
because
take,
you're doing... Go ahead.
So, from what I'm seeing, like, I get what everyone is saying ultimately, and I want to address what you said earlier about how Peter died and all that. And I talked to someone about this in terms of Craven's character overall and how he was portrayed in the game. Like, him killing Scorpion the way he didn't really showcase the true nature of a hunter, like stalking his prey, like setting traps, using darts, finding a way to disorient Scorpion, instead of just like choking him out and out-muscling him and just prepping for his poison. It just felt like Craven was a blunt instrument who did some prep rather than act like a hunter like that as he should, and that's what really threw some people off. And as to the Spider-Man versus Craven thing, I don't agree with the notion that Peter would lose to Craven in every scenario, or he's fodder to him, or would lose to Craven, or that Craven would have low difficulty like beating him. I think it would still be difficult for either one to beat the other. It's also the case that it's as simple as Peter is not gonna use his full strength on someone he has no idea how strong they are. It's as simple as that, and I feel like people gloss over that. It doesn't matter if Craven was peak human or not. Like, even if he was somewhat stronger than peak human and he tanked Peter's like holding back punch, it's like, yeah, I can see him getting stabbed when he was caught off guard. It's not like we saw Peter going all out on Craven and still losing.
My thing is this, is that I get that, okay, the thing, right, is like what you said, there's multiple, thousands of ways creatively that this can go, and at the end of the day, this is a game being told by other people. This is a plot point in a game that is being showcased and communicated by other people writing and designing and animating it and all, right? I feel like when you're making a game like this, especially when it's going to be compared to things like Arkham, right? I feel like when you're showcasing any given plot point, even as small as like, ooh, can our version of Spider-Man, how is he going to handle our version of Craven? I feel like you need to explore and communicate that in the best way possible, even if it's getting as little screen time as possible. So when it comes to stuff like that, I feel like you're making it, wait, hear me out on this though. You have to communicate it in the best way possible. And if you do want to establish that in this world your Craven is stronger than your Spider-Man, that's fine, but it's the way that you communicate it and the way that you treat your characters, the way that you handle your antagonist and the way that you handle your protagonist that we've already gotten a strong connection from for the past 2 games already. I feel like you can, my thing is that you should be willing to communicate that and go a little bit more in depth than just a 1-second quick shot that kind of does make your protagonist look kind of like a clown. I'm gonna say it. My thing is, why can't, instead of wait, hear me out on this one last point.
I just got fucking destroyed.
I can't. But let me make this one point really quick. We know that they've got to choreograph all these scenes. I don't understand why we can't. This is the core crux, because there's other examples of this, like Spider-Man versus Wraith. Why can't they choreograph a little moment that leads up to that kill shot, instead of Spider-Man swinging on just a couple random thugs and then just mindlessly going at Craven, and then Craven catches a punch and stabs him? How about Spider-Man goes at Craven, Craven tries to make a really good kill shot, Spider-Man narrowly dodges it, and then it's like, and then they go back and forth a little bit, and then either a boss fight happens or they just go back and forth in like a really badass fight scene, and then Craven gets his kill shot off on him that Spider-Man didn't see coming. I don't see why we can't have that instead. That would have been such a better way to communicate what you're overall going for.
Well, I do agree with you. Like, I think the way that they did it, like, that's kind of my biggest issue with Spider-Man 2 story as a whole, where like some issues just some parts of it just felt really rushed and underdeveloped. Like, I think honestly what they could have done, and it would have been perfectly fine, like, not even like, we didn't even need a boss fight. Honestly, I think if it was just like a Sinister Six scenario where like Peter has like a brief fight against where like Peter has like a brief 1v1 against Craven, and like it's a little bit cinematic, like he swings around the dome, gets a couple of hits in, and then gets one shot. I think that would have been better. Like, so like I agree with you, like, but like,
bro,
so like the game is not perfect.
I wouldn't be complaining. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, like that's, but it's all the more funny when like you have people like Joker who accuse me of just like damage controlling the game. It's like, no, I do have issues with the game, but like I think that based on the I don't know why the emotes aren't working, but anyway, I just think that based on what we know of the characters, like Craven would have killed Peter anyways. It's just that they could have done a better job at showing it.
Yeah, because like the one thing that I brought up in my the one thing that I brought up, because like one thing that I brought up in my video was like against Peter versus Venom.
Which Peter?
The context for that,
like, anti-Venom.
That fridge is just boundless. I have nothing to do with that fridge, but like the fridge has nothing to do with that. But like,
why is it not working?
I can see where people are coming from with Peter blitz basing him, but like from my perspective, like it was like the Berserker anti-Venom form.
Try now.
I feel like Harry would have died still, but at the same time though, like.
Yeah, try spam the emotes now. I've messed around with it.
It's a little bit 50-50 with that, because, like, of course, you know, my theory was that I wanted Harry to die, but I can understand why Venom's holding back a little bit in that fight, because Harry's in there.
Working.
So I can somewhat understand where people are coming from with that.
But to add to what you said, Tom,
go ahead.
Don't know why it's not working.
Well, the thing, what I was trying to add the entire, as you guys were speaking, was, yes, I feel like that's the main crux of why so many people have so many disagreements on the entire game. It's that can Peter like fight Venom? Can Peter like fight Craven? And yes, the way it's conveyed leaves it to many interpretations. Like, some people will say that Craven is stronger than Peter. Some people will say that Peter never got a chance to actually fight Craven at his best. So like, there's always going to be like that misinterpretation, because you're right. They didn't show it the best way they could have. It's kind of like that idea that we hope Insomniac takes the feedback of, even if people are saying he's nerfed, like they take the idea that they kind of like fumbled a little bit in showcasing where Peter lands in like the scaling of the verse.
Yeah, I just think
I
just think that they should do like a better job at like just giving key moments in the game just a bit of extra time. So like I think the scene that's currently in the game where like he gets stabbed and like Lizard breaks free and all the rest of it, like I think that does a really good job of raising the stakes, but it just doesn't give enough time to like the characters themselves.
Yeah. Katana, go ahead.
Real quick, my thing is that like, and it's not even just like the Craven example. There's other instances too. I had this annoying conversation with somebody in my comments about like Spider-Man versus Wraith. And people will tell me all the time, and I'm pretty sure Riffs even said this too, is that, oh, well, the reason that Spider-Man looks bad against an actual just mere human like Silver Sable or Wraith is because he doesn't want to go all out against them. Which I gotta say, I think that's kind of bullshit, because it's Spider-Man and he knows what he's doing, so I can understand him wanting to hold back, but he can also still look, you can still showcase him looking fine while holding back and not just taking so many hits looking the way that he did. They're like, okay, people, even Crispy made this point where it's a video game and there's gameplay in between, so we don't know how all in Spider-Man was really going. And my response is, okay, well, that's what cutscenes are for. That's what mini boss fight QTE segments are for, to showcase exactly how the fight is going. Why can't there be a small QTE segment in the Wraith fight that's like not even having Spider-Man? Somebody in my comments was making it seem like, oh, I want Spider-Man to fucking grab Wraith by the neck and just choke slam her into like 8 walls to show that he's a better fighter. That's synthetic? Not what the fuck I was saying.
Was that synthetic man's account?
No, that's not what I was saying. No, he was making it seem like I was trying to argue for that. That's not what I was arguing. Obviously not. I'm saying he could literally look back.
Just to cut it short, honestly, I think what Peter could have just done is just webbed her up, like, or something like that.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
More of a talk.
But like, it's a video game, so like, I get it. You want to have a boss fight, which is fine. Have the boss fight, but like, why can't there be a quick QTE segment of just Spider-Man just dodging literally every single thing Wraith swings at him and just like showcase that, like, yeah, no, there's no way this lady could beat Spider-Man, and he's not even going all in. Just showcase that in like a quick QTE segment. I don't even think that's a lot to ask for. But then somebody in my comments made it seem like it was like this whole fucking up my own ass talking point that like I was asking for too much, and then he made the point of like, oh well, Insomniac doesn't need to fill up to your high ass standards of what you want, and it's like, bro, obviously not, but I feel like a lot less people would be complaining about Peter's nerf if you just did these things for it.
Well, it's like, in the grand scheme of things, you're not asking for that much more, like, in the context is how long the game is. I agree, I just think they should give, like, I think in terms of gameplay, they knocked it out of the park and they did a fantastic job, but yeah, with just some instances of the story, I think there was just too much shit going on and there wasn't enough, time for certain key elements.
Spider Ratty, what were you gonna say?
The way I always go about it, I'm gonna have good.
I was just gonna respond earlier.
Yeah, Ratty wanted to say something.
Okay, man. I was just gonna respond to his point earlier about like why Peter doesn't really like go all out and stuff. Peter usually, like with certain people like that, like Sable and Wraith, he would rather like he kind of like lets them take out in a way, like not fully, but like. He would rather talk to them, and sure, he should be dodging more. But Peter's also known to let people hit him and stuff, like just to let their anger out a little bit, if you know what I mean.
So like, there was a theory that someone presented. I think it was someone in the comments, someone in the chat. They presented the theory that Peter purposefully lets himself get beaten up just to hide how strong he truly is, which I don't.
Yeah.
I don't really rock with that idea, especially for an 8-year experienced Spider-Man. I'm not really rocking with that.
Yeah, I feel like most people would know how strong he is already because you know he's taking on Sinister Six members, that kind of thing.
Peter's like usually.
Sorry. So the black suit like arc pretty much establishes that Peter, even subconscious, like not at all aware of what's going on, he still affects the symbiote to not kill. Even when the symbiote is making him want to kill in every instance, he's not killing regular humans. He's not going to kill villains. He's not going all out despite every urge and temptation by the symbiote. Like that takes an extreme amount of willpower, and just like there's something about Peter that's preventing him from even like killing people, even in the most extreme situations. Like that's the best way you can look at it.
See, like, but he borderline almost killed a hunter though.
See, like for just like my final comment regarding like the Wraith thing, I think they should have taken heavy inspiration from like Heimdall from God of War, where like literally no one could fucking hit him. I think that one.
I don't need dodge flashback.
No. I mean like when it comes to like fighting humans, like Wraith.
Yeah.
There should be a scene where like you know when he's at the party and like a hunter tries shooting him and he just catches it with his back turned. I think there should have been moments like that. But
honestly, okay, here, I'll
yeah.
do it. Here, I'll do it really quick. Just have a little QTE segment when, like, the player gets Wraith's health down low to a bit, and then just have the fight end with Spider-Man just disarming Wraith really quick, and then Wraith just gets so pissed off and angry because she's in the moment. She just starts swinging at Spider-Man, and he just no effort keeps dodging it, and she just gets tired, and it's over.
it's like
That way you literally just have your cake and you can eat it too. He's not trying to hurt his friend, and he's doing fine in the fight. There you go.
Oh, so it's like the second phase for Heimdall, like where he pulls out his second arm.
Yeah. I think me were talking about this. Me and Phoenix, though, had a theory that we're not going to really see a fully non-holding back Peter. Like, we're probably going to see, like, a really angry Peter in the next game with, like, Goblin and stuff, just based off, like, comics and stuff. Peter gets pissed with him. So, me and Phoenix came up with a theory that, like, Peter might just go full on out in the final boss fight or something for Spider-Man 3.
We can speculate about it all day. Like, we don't know if it's going to happen or not.
I would say, like, the whole entire nerf thing, that whole entire fight fixes the whole entire nerfing, technically.
Yeah, like, literally, people were still arguing with me because I was literally giving a solution to the nerf problem, and even then, my overall stance is I feel like his performance was nerfed really, really hard, unfortunately, in this game, and it could so easily be a case of Dying Light 2, where they actually they swapped out cutscenes where Adam or whatever Aiden, whatever his name was, Aiden he literally fights back way more often in a lot of confrontational cutscenes. I don't understand why Insomniac can't do that for Spider-Man 2, but people still argued with me even though I was giving them a solution.
I mean, I feel like maybe. I feel like that's
the idea that
I do. Still working on my dome.
It's just the idea.
I mean, the thing is, though, is like,
I think the point of Spider-Man 2 was to give across that the symbiote made Peter more of a confrontational person and more powerful. So they made, like, regular Peter seem weaker in every other area.
Well, it's also the fact it be like stated to be lacking balance in his life, so it's just like he's fumbling in all areas of his life. The symbiote is just helping him like cope with that.
Yeah.
I just think it's really weird when like people try.
Explored though.
I just find it really weird when people like criticize like. It's mainly the Miles versus Peter fight that always annoys me, because it's like you don't even need to play the game. Just pay attention to the actual boss fight and the dialogue, and it should be obvious that, like...
Again,
it wasn't, like, a very fair fight. It's not, like, a good, representation as to how a fight between them would actually go if they were both trying to kill each other.
So I love the 90s show.
But on its face, it's kind of... Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, this is sort of the reason why I hate, like, when people do the symbiote story. Because I love the 90s show and I love the Raimi movies. But I hate how they made the symbiote amp Peter's strength and made him seem more powerful. The symbiote in the comics generation, that was it. That was
I don't know, I kind of like that idea because that happened in Spider's Shadow.
I mean,
I think
not only that, but also in the comics as well. It didn't. You can argue that, but that's fine. But like, I feel like that change is more than justified, because even then in the comics, the symbiote didn't even make Peter angrier like it does literally in every other media. It just fucking took control of him when he was asleep. Like, it didn't even do that much in the comics. I feel like those changes are very excusable because it literally added more depth to what the comics kind of lacked. So I feel like that's fine for
I think
every other media to do that.
I think that making him stronger is actually a good thing, because it kind of like leans into the themes of like, where like for like the Raimi films, for example, like it leans into like drug abuse or alcohol addiction. I think it would make sense for it to make him stronger.
Yeah,
because he would become addicted to that strength, and then he wouldn't want to give it up.
Here's the thing with me and the way that I look at it. I've seen almost every single Black Suit arc, and every single one's dealt with differently. But I would have to say the one that Spider-Man, or the one that Insomniac took, was Spider's Shadow, where he wanted to kill. So like that whole entire scene with Craven where he's about to kill him, that's what that is referencing, is that comic where he was killing his villain.
Yeah. I like the idea of, like, personally I think what would be a better idea is, instead of the symbiote amping the strength, I would say the symbiote unlocks Peter's holding. Like, because Peter, again, he's been confirmed to unconsciously hold back. So, like, the symbiote, like, kind of takes those, like, barriers he has in his mind of holding back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just don't agree because
That would be
the main
interesting.
factor about it doesn't matter if it's the comics, it doesn't matter if it's like any other adaptation. If Peter like stops holding back to any degree, you could argue he can kill people just more easily than he can kill his villains. It's almost unrealistic to say that if the symbiote truly did make him stop holding back like fully, then even his base stats would be enough to like kill regular people or his villains.
Peter's base stats can kill. He can kill villains.
Jason, in answer to your question, mate, I don't own a PS5. When I played Spider-Man 2, it was at like a friend's house. We basically just dedicated an entire week to that game. So
Careful, bro. Don't say that, because every time you make a criticism towards Spider-Man 2, people are gonna tell you that you don't own a PS5, and that's the only reason you got criticism towards it. Careful.
I mean, if I don't own a PS5, yeah, I still can analyze it better than people who do have a PS5. Then that's a them problem.
You can just.
I mean, it's not even like
it is.
Exactly.
But it's like I'm not trying to flex that. Like literally anyone can play the game and pay attention to it and reach their own conclusions.
I was saying earlier, Peter like can easily kill his villains super easily. So people who try to say the argument that he can't they're wrong. Like for example, Peter from to one-shot people way above him.
Like about it is that I've come up to this discussion with many people before. Like even with the Rhino fight, it's like yes, Peter may not be as strong as Rhino or as durable, but you can make the case if he actually wanted to kill Rhino beyond just his powers, he could. Like he can just put something in Rhino's mouth to poison him or something.
Are you
like,
talking?
There's always like the thing about it is Peter, if he really wants to, can like put webbing into your like esophagus, like into your lungs, and just like choke you to death, like make you die within seconds if he really wants to. There's a lot of ways for Peter to kill you.
So I mean, King in Black did do that.
Yeah,
but we don't want to talk about that.
Back in Black.
We always talk about that. You know how many people reference that?
And if you go, you were mentioning how Peter if I'm gonna go comic Peter. So if we go comic book Peter, right? He's above, like for example, the Rhino. He's above the strength in the Rhino. So pretty much all his roster of villains, he's stronger than them, except for like maybe Carnage. Though there's been showings.
Like the only people you can argue is stronger than Peter, like in almost any adaptation, like even with excusing Rhino and other characters, it's either Venom, Carnage, or Lung. Those are the people that are outright stronger than Peter in every adaptation because they either assimilate his or like they just didn't.
Not every adaptation. Peter's been shown to be like fighting on par with the likes of Carnage and Venom multiple times in strength wise, and he's just got better feats overall with Juggernaut and stuff. So
Comic Peter can physically beat the shit out of Rhino with his bare hands. Not to mention Peter beat up a symbiote enhanced Ben Grimm who has unbreakable skin.
That was only in
that was in Spider Shadow.
I mean, that is a no limits fallacy, but yeah, contending with the Fig at all is still pretty impressive.
If you want me to bring up a feat for your viewers, Comic Peter was able to match strength with Sin Eater and Juggernaut and slightly overpower him to put him in water. Peter's also sent She-Hulk flying across the room, fought on par with Green Hulk multiple times strength-wise, and he's been taking hits from the likes of Beyonder. I can go on, again, Firelord, as much as people don't want to credit it. He fought on par with Firelord. He broke out of Thor's grip. I can go down tons of feats of Peter being very...
The thing about the comics is that you can always address them as feats, but at the same time, it's like you can't always say that they're reflective of how Peter is always. It's just like you can't say that he's on the same level or beyond these characters in all stories that he's in, especially in 616.
Well, consistently,
Peter. Plus, if it's 616, they're gonna retcon a lot of that shit that he was doing super.
Well, I think obviously you could interpret it as being outliers, but I think where it's fair is where say for example you were in a debate and it was the burden of proof was on you. So say for example if there was a debate going around where it was Homelander versus Spider-Man, and say for example someone says, oh well, Homelander's a planetary threat, he beats Spider-Man, but it's only stated one time, and it's okay, well I can give you 6 feats of Spider-Man being above that.
Yeah, Peter, if we go Peter,
Homelander
It's difficult because I saw the Web Weaver feat, so
I don't think Web
That's
Weaver's
why-
like.
okay, hang on. I gotta say this really quick though. This is why like the fucking like who would win debate. It's never really actually interesting to me, except for like certain regards where like everyone can collectively easily be like, okay, this person would win against this character. But the who would win thing is so like Riff said, the burden of proof is on the individual who probably knows the character, right? A little bit more than other individuals. But at the same time, given that this is a storytelling thing and we're going off of feats of what could or could not be canon in these realms, it's really rough to make those confident assertions and those confident statements, because at the end of the day, these characters are hinging upon the writers and whatever the
I do kind of
whatever they want to do with them.
Not gonna lie, I kind of hate that idea.
Can be like overpowered as shit. I understand that, but you gotta understand at the same time, one day somebody could be writing a cool Spider-Man story where Spider-Man just fucking tanks the fuck out of Galactus or whatever, and then he's fine, and now somebody can make the argument, well, hey, Spider-Man beat Galactus one time so he can kill Superman with ease. It's like, that's what's really rough about the who would win argument.
And I think the problem as well with the who will win argument is that, like, some people, like, you could have all of the evidence in the world for a certain topic, and people just still don't believe it. So, like, I kind of don't like the reason why I mostly stick to the games is, well, even with the games, it's like there are times where it's like the most cut and dry like outcome to a scenario, and people will still say you're wrong.
It's easier to keep track of.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's ridiculous to actually like.
I mean, that's why
100% of the people.
I think somebody. So that's why I watched again. I think you've heard me talk about him before, Rift, and he's on my server. I've like guy like Captain Forrest, who he does these debates a lot, but I've debated, and I've proved to people that Spider-Man consistently is like planetary, because he just has multiple comic appearances of him being planetary. Yeah, and I also like me and Grim. Me and Grim have been able to get Peter at his absolute strongest to like outerversal and stuff, hyperversal or something.
I don't believe in that scaling, because outerversal implies that you can do stuff outside the boundaries of your own multiverse, which in of itself is quite the stretch, because outerversal like, on the level of Sandman, the Spectre, or other characters that just too powerful for anyone conceivably to be, that it's just outright like inaccurate.
So Peter fought on par with Eric Matterson Thor and was able to stagger and harm him.
Wait, but listen to what Saith just said, though. Like, he has a point. What Saith just said, he's got a really good point with that. Like, when you're considering all these different factors, like, when you bring up those scalings for Peter, or whichever version of Peter, those are instances where you're probably going to even want to know the context.
Well, that's a really good point, because
what was it that led to that power-up?
Because Bran basically put something in the chat as well, which I agree with. He's like, you also need to take context into account if someone tries saying Spider-Man killed Galactus, but then you read it and he had the help from Sentry, for example, or Thor, then like Spider-Man doesn't scale to Galactus. I would agree with that. It kind of depends on context. Yeah, it's like because it's like
down to
there was an example.
Like but it's one of those things when you say outerversal, that in of itself is implying that you're on the level of like someone who can warp reality or like break it, and it's like at that point you're just like a deity-like figure, which Spider-Man consistently is not.
I agree, consistently. Right. I'm just saying, like, if you try to like do the best feats of all time for them, they can get to that like level. Like, you can get a certain character to that level if you do their best.
Again, that's still an issue where even if you did that with every character and did a comp version, it's still an issue where you have to ask, are they like that all the time, or can they just pull that off? It's like Naruto versus like people will say Sasuke is equal to Naruto. No, he had to have a lot of prep just to equal him. That's the issue. He can't do it off rip. That's the issue.
You know what's odd is that I'm a huge Sasuke fan, and even I know that's right.
I mean, I agree with you, Seth. That's why I've scaled Peter consistently to planetary. Like, he just has that ability to get there because he's a mid in the comic.
Planetary. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. To get there, though, but by what? Like, how did he get there? What caused it? Did he do it on his own? What was leading up to that? Like, that's not a really fair scale to even put him in. And I feel like not a lot of people are going to put him at planetary. That's kind of a weird place to put him, because at that rate, what's to stop him from fighting Goku?
I mean, the biggest issue comes down to the fact that characters below the level of planetary can both tag, hurt, and kill Spider-Man if they want to. It doesn't matter if it's 616. It could be Punisher for all we know, or Deadpool, or Wolverine. It's just a case where, yes, Peter may have instances where he scales to planetary characters, but he's not on that level. It's like the idea of saying that Batman can tank around Superman, but he's not.
I think as well, part of the issue is just your perspective, the characters. So say for example, say for example,
Batman and all that doesn't count.
Well, say for example, again, we'll just use Spider-Man and Goku for shits and giggles as examples. It's if you were to say if you were to discuss who's consistently more powerful, it's yeah, you'd probably lean towards Goku because not only in a narrative battle, you'd still probably lean towards him. But then in a debate setting, when you're trying to prove who is stronger between the two based on the top tier showings what they've done, you'd probably lean closer towards Spider-Man because based on if you were to wank certain feats and the top tier stuff. So I think as well it just depends on the perspective for certain characters.
But at that point it's just quality and quantity.
Yeah.
And it's even then I'm just gonna say, Captain Universe ain't beating Goku, that's just not happening. But I feel there's a thing where it's there's certain feats that are way easier to keep track of than just the comics, and I feel whenever you're gonna put a Spider-Man versus literally anyone, 9 times out of 10 people are just gonna imagine the most generic, average experienced Spider-Man going up against that character.
But can I say this because you kind of interrupted? But
essentially
it's like this: quality and quantity. If you have a bunch of feats that are called quantity, and then you have these quality feats which you call planetary or outer scale, it's still a case where it's only 1 out of 10 is he at that level, and the other 9 out of 10 he's at another level.
So
conclude that in some instances you have to take in context on each of those feats, and then actually take them into account so that you actually know exactly the quality of those feats beyond just it could be at this level.
So what if you have?
And at that point you have to find one.
I have quantity and quality of those feats. So what if you have those quantity and quality of those feats? What would you say?
Consistency and context matching. Therefore, they have to be at that level.
So that's what I was trying to say. I have quantity and quality of planetary feats.
But here's the thing. There's also the case of anti-feats as well, where you have to consider, hey, they're weaker at these points, even considering context. Even if we say Spider-Man was at his prime, he wasn't weakened at all, he wasn't nerfed or anything, and he was injured from, let's say, a city-level explosion. So, and then that happened multiple times, just as many as his higher scale feats. You have to take that into account that he's probably not at the level that you think he is if they even each other out in that sense.
Okay, but okay.
Yeah.
I mean, people.
You can calculate that, but I don't know if it's possible.
You can say that for Spider-Man, but then at that point you would have to acknowledge that for other characters as well.
That's true for every character. You have to make sure that everything lines up. You can't just say that one person is suddenly going to do a spike in their power level and then just say that spike is where they're at.
But if you do debate, for example, I've been debating Spider-Man stronger than She-Hulk, just based on I do something like that. But people will bring up points like that, true, but then they ignore it they don't do the same thing for She-Hulk and, for example, Colossus. They ignore that fact for those two.
Well, so I feel the biggest comes down to the fact that, hey, you have the people look at the stories and tell them, hey, look at the evidence yourself. You tell me what you think happened, but at the same time tell you what you think happened, because you can't just tell people what the level is and then just give a brief explanation without going through everything. So you have to really encourage people to just go in the media you're saying. It's like what you said, Riff. People need to play the game and understand how things go in the game instead of just taking people's word for it or looking at something at first glance, because that's what people do. Yeah. Even in a video where you explain everything, unless someone looks at the media, you can give the inaccurate information. Even if you read the book, if they haven't, they can't critique you. That's the issue.
Oh,
that's what
I'll just delete that message.
That's why you usually give the feats. I mean, I usually give the feats to people. But
here's the thing: your feats, even if you read the story, even if you understand it to a great length, you can interpret it completely differently from someone else. That's the issue. Your interpretation of the feat higher scale, someone else can say, well, he had help in this instance or that instance, or there's a reason behind it beyond just the fact he's at that level. Like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but you have to, it's kind of like that saying, you want someone who disagrees with you, who knows what they're talking about. That way you both can come to a conclusion based on what's true, not based on what you think.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Hold on a minute. Riv, someone in your chat has a question for me. They're wondering if I think that Peter would have a great relationship with Rogue.
I don't know. Probably not. I feel like Rogue was just flirting with him because that's just what Rogue does.
I mean,
and Rogue is a bit Rogue is going
Peter.
for old men who can touch her, and she doesn't care
Well,
as long as you touch her.
Rogue went out with Magneto, and then after that just lost Gambit.
She also kind of went out with Peter in the like comics when she took over.
Maybe then, but
I mean Peter gets all woman in Marvel, so let's just be fair.
Honestly, I don't like the idea that Peter gets all the girls, especially before One More Day, Peter was like still a ladies' man, but he was not like a playboy who sleeps with all the girls. He actually was very faithful to only one person. In fact,
I mean, that's
there's
the reason
actually
why One More Day doesn't happen anymore. Like, right after One More Day, people were like, no, he has to be alone.
I mean, Peter, I agree with you, man, but we can't really do anything about it.
Ultra Hero, I'm down to hear that theory. If you want to post it in the Discord a bit later.
I think just to put Peter at like planetary level is just kind of like, I feel like even Spider-Man fans are gonna like listen to that and be like, because we all see like Peter usually handling more often than not, just like casual level threats on street level, like nobody's.
I mean,
occasionally he'll do some really crazy shit, but like just to hear that, it's kind of like, how often is he really doing that? Like what Saith said, it's kind of a quantity over quality thing.
Like not when he's not suppressed. I can bring up the feats. I can if I'll invite you to the server.
I can point out the same stuff for Batman with prep time. That doesn't mean that everyone should accept that Batman with prep time is at a certain level. That's the issue.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's literally right there.
I mean, I can prove it, but
I mean, you can prove it all you want. The issue is that it's a case where you have to make that those feats override every other one.
I mean, he's right.
How do I join Discord in the future? If you like DM me, I'll add you to the call.
I have statements where I can show,
but the thing, a writer can change the statements at any point. It's that simple. Like you can have one commentary and things that's
multiple
one in it's about consistency at that point. Any context added on. They have
so if I bring up multiple points of Peter saying
why Superman are at different levels. It's because some writers change their minds on where Superman is going to be at level 52.
Peter's crisis. So let me just bring up the point. So writers over multiple writers over multiple stories and stuff have always stated Peter has a holding back problem, like he has Superman syndrome, and it's not an excuse, but it does explain the reasoning as why levels.
But here's the thing: it's like
does that help you pinpoint exactly where Peter is on an average Tuesday? I don't think that's really how it works.
I think it would make more sense for someone because obviously Spider-Man has a lot of impressive feats over the years, but I think it would make more sense for someone like Cap or Wolverine to be high tiers, just because consistently they scrap with higher tier characters.
Well, I mean, it depends.
I would put Spider-Man over Captain America, that's for sure. I mean, okay, I can, if you want to say, he's, really good in terms of, oh, he can lift up fucking skyscrapers, because he's done that multiple times. I feel like a lot more people are going to be willing to accept, a really high bar of that level of strength for him. But I feel like Planetary is just another place. Even if you want to give me your receipts for it, I feel like I really want to, undergo and, look at the context and everything that lines up for those receipts and where they were taking place and what they were taking place. Were those receipts were those instances gonna be retconned? Were they canon? What were they? Who was writing them that day? What was exactly going on? What was the story,
No, but can I point out something very relevant to the topic? Because there's a completed work by Tolkien with Sauron and all that. Sauron has statements and implications that he is at star level, if not beyond that. And people are like, "Oh, he died to regular humans with a regular sword." No, you're taking out all context and now looking at all the lore that there is to show to explain how he got lost. He was weakened. He literally got nuked by God himself just to be put in a position where he lost most of his power. They had weapons specifically designed to harm him. Like, there's many cases where you can make where Sauron is in power level because the writer is consistent with where he's at, and they even give explanations to how. You just got to pay attention. You can't just say that he's at a certain level at every single point, because at that point you're just saying that, oh, he was at this level, yet he lost to this anti-feat. Therefore, the anti-feat is explained. If you can't explain the anti-feat, then you just in a state where no one really knows where he is.
Like, I kind of agree with what you're saying, and it's really annoying when like you make a video on something where it's like again, just to give like an example, like, you know, Sauron and Gandalf, like a fight between the two or whatever, and you just have some prick in the comment section where he's like, oh, one of them got killed by a knife, the other one stomps. It's like, it's really annoying, those kinds of comments, because it's like, where the hell do I even begin? Like, I basically have to read you the entire bloody book, like, just to debug, it's so annoying when people do comments like that. It's like, oh, Superman vs. Flash. Oh, Flash gets tagged by street tears. He's trash. It's like,
but here's the
point before.
Can I say something? One last thing, and I'll have you speak. But my whole point is that is the exact line of thinking with highballing and lowballing. People will take the extreme of either case. It's the same thing with the Spider-Man nerf stuff. People are taking it as extremes because they don't have full context or they don't pay attention. Or it's that. That's simple. Like, if you want to know the crux of where someone is in the story, you can't focus on... Wait, what?
No, that's me yawning.
But,
I'm fucking tired.
So, I'm going to finish my thought and you guys can discuss. So, it's just that idea that you have to look at everything. You can't just take one specific feat and then just say, oh, that's the case, therefore they're fodder, or therefore they're godlike. Like, that's just not realistic. Not only that, you're taking the character out of proportions from where they are averagely. It's like, if you want to be fair, be fair. That's how it should be.
It's
you can look at every single give everyone like how things would be in every situation. Therefore, you can say, okay, which one is the most realistic or fair approach?
But it's like, I completely agree, but once again, I just think it's a matter of perspective. So, like, say for example, like, if we're doing, just to give an example of a controversial topic, if we did, like, Tobey's Spider-Man versus, like, Yuri's Spider-Man, it's like, in a debate, it's like, I wouldn't have an issue using, like, top-tier stuff, because it's like, you know, you're giving examples, you know, it's kind of like that kind of setting, but, like, obviously if you were to make certain videos explaining, like, it's why I really love certain videos where they go over, like, consistent showing, like, in one part of the video, and then they go over, like, top-tier stuff at, like, the end of the video, because then it helps people, like, decide whereabouts they believe the characters should be at, like, power-wise. But again, I think it just depends on perspective. So, like, say for example, if I was to win a debate, I would have no shame wanking Tobey's Spider-Man to country level. Like, based on a couple of outliers within the verse, I would have no issues with that. Doesn't mean I consistently think he's at that level. Doesn't mean I think I believe my own shit. But just for the sake of winning the debate, I would have no issues doing that. You know, I think it just depends on perspective.
But you see, that's the type of riff that people get upset about, because at that point you're using a statement that just to shut down the argument, and it kind of makes you seem like you have no leg to stand on other than...
Well, no, it's got nothing to do with that. It's up to them to prove me wrong, and the fact that they can't do that isn't my fault.
Rift, I know what you're saying, and I know why you do it. What I'm saying is, to other people's perspective, it seems like if you have to, like, back onto outlier feats just to say a character is higher, or just to say that some anti-feat makes a character lower, then you're doing a disservice to the whole debate in of itself. That's where people are going to get ticked off.
You should have
even then in those examples that you give, it kind of hurts the overall core crux, right? Like, even with, like, the Peter versus Miles thing, right? Like, you can add that context on, but people are still, no matter what you say, no matter what context you want to add on, people are still going to look at that face on its head. People are still going to look at that face on its heads for what it is of Peter losing to Miles in the fashion that he did. And even if you want to argue that, like, oh, Peter's strength never changed, Peter's speed never changed, all these abilities never changed, his performance definitely played a factor into what a lot of people, myself included, perceived of how Spider-Man was rendered in this new game, and it comes to a lot of conclusions of like, okay, why are you portraying him this way? What are you doing this for? Is it because Miles is around and now you want to make him seem kind of like the bigger go-to? Okay, but you can do that in other ways without making Peter come off the way that he does in this game. And that's my overall thing when it comes to like the Spider-Man 2 point. When it comes to any other instance, I agree that the context does matter.
Yeah, I'll just respond to Brand's
kind
comment
of going crazy areas.
I'll just respond to Brand's comment. That's not good in character scaling and versus matching. You should always try to be honest and fair. Well, yeah, I totally agree. Like, if you're doing a fight, you're not gonna put like you're not gonna put like Hawkeye versus Thanos. You know, you're gonna like people who do that. I think are stupid. You know, you should try and make the fight competitive. But again, like, if you're gonna scale a character to like a consistent power level, I think that's totally fine. But like in a debate setting, like where you're debating which character would win a fight, you know, I've got nothing. I don't think there's anything wrong with using like high tier stuff. Obviously, consistent stuff is what you should base your argument off of. But like, if it's like neck and neck, I think using high tier stuff as like the deciding factor is perfectly fine. Because
and
again,
also
I think that's fair enough.
In the debate, you should also set rules before you.
Because like the thing with because like I think me and Asafe like a while ago, well not that long ago, but like we did like the whole are the MCU characters that strong, and like even with like what I was saying, it's like I don't agree with the country level stuff. Like so, but the point that I made in that debate was that I don't need to get the characters to that level to prove they're stronger than Insomniac. Like that's so like there are some people like Crisis who are like, oh yeah, they're country level. It's like I don't necessarily agree, but I do agree with the notion that they're stronger than those other characters, if that makes sense.
Yeah. When I say Peter's planetary, I only mean that because again I do inverse stuff. I put Peter above. He's a in Marvel Universe, so he's above the like She-Hulk and Colossus. That's all.
I think as well, I think it's the same issue I have with people where they're like, oh, this character's omnipotent. It's like, okay, well, I can name you another character who's omnipotent. Like, where do we go from here? Well, like, it means nothing.
Yeah, but what I would say the biggest thing about it is, like, when you say a character is at this level or that level, like you said, with this live-action Spider-Man, you can make an argument that they are stronger. And it's also that case where, yeah, they're neck to neck, but bringing up the high tier scaling just kind of ruins it. And even then, if they're comparable, like Crisis, he gives a comparison in like his Toby versus Insom video where he's like, if you look at their consistent feats, Insom should win. If you look at the higher tier stuff, Toby wins. And I completely agree with that. It's just one of those cases where the way you portray it, it's like...
I don't think he said
like
that. I think he said if you use Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3, Yuri wins, but if you use No Way Home, Toby wins. I think that's what he said.
No, but he's outright said at one point that if you
why
look at
wouldn't
all
you
three...
use No Way Home?
And No Way Home.
What are we doing?
Oh, we're just pointing out the
haven't-
issues with like consistency versus like, you know.
Yeah, and that's why like the whole argument is kind of really hinged upon perspective and speculation, where it's like, okay, well, you chose, like what he just said with No Way Home in 1, 2, and 3, you choose to exclude No Way Home and just go based off of 1, 2, and 3. Why? And then it's like, okay, well, you choose to exclusively go based off of No Way Home. Why? Like, even with the Crisis example of Insomniac versus Toby, it's like it's such a weird little speculation to have where you're just intentionally putting characters in certain instances. Even with what Ratty is saying, if he wants to scale to planetary level, that's something that he's doing. But when most people are gonna, like I said before, when most people are gonna hear who would win Spider-Man versus this character or Spider-Man versus Batman, they're gonna take like average Spider-Man and
well, if you want me to be completely honest, I think
like kind of generic
if you want me to be completely honest, I think the only reason Crisis did that was to try appease both sides and to like reduce the amount of backlash. Like I think
that's literally
because if I'm gonna do like Toby versus Yuri, I'm not gonna nitpick a certain point in their timelines unless it's like a specific, like, oh, I'm gonna use PS4 Peter versus like No Way Home Toby. But like generally speaking, I'm gonna use them both at their strongest, like at the current point in their timelines. I think the only reason he said that was just to try and prevent backlash on both sides, because it would be a controversial topic.
like in a debate setting,
But that's the thing. It'll cause controversy because you play both sides. You try to appease both fans, but it seems like you clearly see them siding one way, but it's like that's how it's coming off. That in trying to appease both sides, you're not really solving the debate. In fact, you're just making it seem more contentious, as in it's about your interpretation of events rather than the actual scale.
I mean, in my opinion, at the very least, as long as you do a good job with like the information and stuff, like you shouldn't have to appease both sides, because if you represent the information like accurately and what have you, and you don't like nitpick or what have
Spidey
you,
is getting really upset. Stop with the Insomniac.
Yeah, I think that I think as long as you represent the information like fairly and what have you, you shouldn't have to try appease both sides, because like the evidence will just speak for itself.
Yeah.
I think we should look at the Homelander versus Insomniac videos, since that would pretty much lead into exactly what we're talking about.
Homelander's a weak as shit. I'm sorry.
Well,
I haven't. If you guys are gonna do that, okay. If you guys are gonna look at, if we were gonna wait,
order in the
call.
court.
To that video, I'll react to that really quick. I'll react to that really quick, and then that'll be kind of my last piece before I dip out for a bit, or I'll just dip out.
Well, if you like, we can, because it's getting kind of late and we're gonna end the stream soon. We can save it for tomorrow where we can watch it in like full. But just for the sake of adding on to what we were talking about, can you give like an overview as to what the video was talking about?
So it's just going over the idea of, can Insomniac Spider-Man from where he currently stands be a base or symbiote, just looking at his overall feats compared to the 7 and their feats. Basically going over the misconception on some of the boys, like how the heroes are gaslighted to be at a certain level when they're actually not. And
is it the boys from the show?
Yeah, from the show.
Oh, okay.
Well, comics are weaker, so I would recommend.
Here's the only thing I have not. Season finale, and I have tried my best to stay away from spoilers.
Phoenix, you got to tell me how it goes later.
All right, because like I haven't seen the episode, but
Homelander versus Bully Maguire.
That someone sent me a spoiler, and it's about Kimiko, and I lost my mind.
I mean, we watched Homelander versus Bully Maguire yesterday, and it was hilarious. So,
Bully wanted games all day. Doesn't matter which version.
I just wanted to say before I go, when it comes to debates, usually, which is a good thing to do, is you should set rules and precedents before you start the debate, so both sides know the limits they can argue with.
It's like, the only rule that I really do for debates, well, I do 2 rules. Number 1, if you resort to fucking personal insults or what have you, that should be a disqualification, because it's so dumb. But also, like, I think the only thing that I really go with is, like, burden of proof. So say, for example, if, like, you have 2 characters that have, like, say, for example, like, Wolverine and Spider-Man, like, and you're both arguing, like, top-tier things, like, oh, this character's fought the Hulk, this guy's fought Juggernaut, what have you. At that point, I think it just comes down to, like, who has more showings, and then it's just more consistent, and then they would win.
Yeah.
Like, if you're really going down that route where, like, you're going with, like, potentially outliers or, like, high-tier things, like, if you really have to do that, just who has more, like, and then they would be stronger.
Rift, I don't know if you've seen my scaling, but I think I sort of do something like that with Grim. I know Phoenix has seen it, but that's sort of what me and Grim do.
I don't actually think I've seen that. No, if you drop me a DM, I'll watch it sometime. I mean, I'm currently sick. I've got nothing else to do.
Video on it. So
yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah, we did something similar with like Captain Force 2 and stuff. So here, let me send you this video.
Yeah, if you send me a link,
I'm gonna dip out, but before I go, I'm gonna say something a little bit controversial when it comes to the power scaling. Is that the only people I'm ever gonna really trust who's gonna fairly and adequately, and this is gonna piss everyone off, about power scaling, is I'm just only gonna trust fucking Screw Attack and when they do death battle episodes. All right, bye guys.
That's
okay. Right. Okay. No, I actually agree with that logic, because you can always trust them to get it wrong.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, a death battle, it just depends. They use.
Yes.
Like we.
I like that.
You can write out the wrong way of getting.
Yeah, just DM me it if you want, Spider. It's up to you.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm gonna be DM.
Kind of cool.
I think do the how strong Spider-Man is by Captain Force as well.
Yeah, sure.
But I can I also DM you his recent video of him versus Colossus, which kind of shows his style, because I do similar style to him as well.
Yeah,
so I'll send
stop seeing spoilers for every single episode. Literally, I open up YouTube and I'm spoiled.
Base Insomniac will beat everyone except Homelander and maybe Maeve.
Okay, no. I'm gonna be all for all you Homelander fans. Homelander is ass. He actually has no good feats. He's kind of trash in every series.
Why Maeve and maybe not like Black Noir?
Well,
or is Maeve stronger than Black Noir?
Well, it depends. Black Noir has a high pain tolerance.
If you guys think Homelander is a good character and strong character, you guys are wrong.
I mean, I think
he's not a good character.
I think Homelander is a good character, but whether he's strong,
he's a good villain.
Yeah, he's a good villain, but I don't know if he's a good. I don't know if he's that strong.
He's not strong at all.
Well, I haven't seen the final episode, so I wouldn't know how strong he is yet.
Well, like even if you upscale him to like nuke level, he's still like city level. It's like
yeah. All right, I gotta head out. I'll be back later.
Yeah. Take care, dude.
Take care, bub.
I'm not gonna lie.
Again,
I feel like
someone like it. Okay, you can talk.
Well, you can go.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, like, in terms of a fight between Homelander and, the Insom Spider-Man, is that if you conclude the chain scaling of Miles dodging possibly lasers and then Scorpion tagging him and then Peter fighting Scorpion, and Peter also fought Mysterio in the past, too. It's just the case where Peter probably has dodged lasers before, so Homelander's, like, fastest, attack probably couldn't tag him, and even then it probably be able to cut through his skin based on feats, because Electro's electricity should burn 5% the sun, the surface of the sun based on.
Wait, I just thought about this. Shouldn't Miles' lightning be that fast too, or his chain lightning?
We have no idea if it's pure electricity or lightning.
I mean, I think using lightning as like a base is fair enough. Like saying it's like.
I don't know why. I just like using lightning for some reason because that's what I usually just call Electro stuff.
Yeah.
All I'm just saying is that Peter should have the feats to dodge Homelander's lasers if you go through all the high tier speeds.
Yeah, I agree with that.
By the way, question: is there any place where I can get Prototype? Like I've been trying to replay it.
I actually have it on my PC right now.
What if Prototype is on Steam?
Epic.
Yeah, I've been trying.
I will tell you this.
Yeah, Prototype is on Steam.
Oh, it's on Steam.
Well, Prototype 2 is. When did it come out?
Oh yeah, Prototype 2 was the first one that got me into Prototype.
Wait. Did the first one come out in 2009?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all on Steam. Don't worry about it, dude.
Okay. Because I didn't play the first one. I played the second one and the third one.
I might try Prototype. People in chat have been recommending it to me. Maybe I'll give it a go. I still need to do I still need to do the Arkham games as well, which I actually bought with the summer sales. So
honestly, a lot of people don't know about this, but and probably you guys won't even know this, but Spider-Man 2.
Mm-hmm.
You guys probably will not know this, but someone put up a clip of Prototype and a clip of Spider-Man 2 right next to each other.
They're like very similar or something.
I was like, they are very similar, but it's not the I was looking at it like, these are very similar to the symbiote moves, but like I can't tell.
MJ would speed blitz Homelander. Fuck's sakes.
But I would say let's save it for tomorrow though. But go ahead.
To be honest, I could see MJ doing it.
Whipping Homelander just.
Yeah. Did you guys check out the video? Yeah, I'll check it out in my spare time. Yeah, I might do a video of like the Spider-Man versus Homelander, but
yeah,
it's not really much. It's not too much.
Oh, and by the way, good luck with the Arkham games.
Yeah, that could be quite fun.
Hot take: Origins is my favorite, and I think is the best one in the series.
Origins.
I mean, I like Night, and then City, and then Origins, and then Asylum.
Yeah, I've heard people say Asylum's aged not very well.
I would say if I were to rank the Arkham games based on both gameplay and just in overall enjoyment and just loving the story, it would go Asylum, Arkham Knight, Arkham Origins, and Arkham City can be reversed because Arkham Origins, as I say, has better gameplay, but City has a better atmosphere and story.
Yeah. Here's the only thing. I'm surprised that no one's not adding Suicide Squad.
I mean,
Suicide Squad Your canon.
Do we really want to include Suicide Squad? Like,
It would be at the bottom anyway.
Yeah, like
Superman. Oh bloody hell! Okay, we yeah. There's a Danko video we should watch.
yeah, let's do the Danko one today.
We'll probably need to save it for tomorrow because it's a long video. But it's
yeah.
Superman versus the MCU villains. I am not ready for that. That's gonna make me so mad.
Which version?
Snyder Cut Superman versus MCU villains.
Craven versus
Okay,
Homelander. This is gonna be easy. If Craven was on The Boys, he would
what?
solo every character.
Base Insom Spidey can dodge Homelander's lasers. Spider-Man's AP might just be good enough. Homelander Loki can fight surprisingly well, and his flight would help against Spidey. I mean, maybe. I think as well. He just like, especially if you give him like anti-venom, for example, like you would have quite a big advantage.
I think base Peter is enough. To be honest, anti-venom would be overkill.
Because, like, there are still characters weaker than Homelander that can still contend with him. It's like, Butcher and Soldier Boy are implied to be weaker than him, but they can still match
Maeve
him.
could still keep up with him.
Yeah, Maeve can... I mean, Homelander was holding back against Maeve, but yeah, she still caused serious pain to him when she jabbed that fucking metal in his ear.
I mean...
Huey was able to...
Homelander
I mean, Huey caught him off guard, but even then, like, fucking Huey could, like, knock him back. It's, like, fucking stupid.
Brent says back Craven with top tier of The Boys and could even beat Homelander.
I mean, the best feat in The Boys, even in the show, is like City Block, maybe Massive, but that's just like their high tier stuff, so they're not even above that.
Like the only.
By the way, do you guys think that A-Train scales to Homelander in speed?
Probably not.
No.
I think
Actually,
I think High CHD made a video on that where it's like I think he thought that Homelander was like massively above A-Train.
Yeah, because I was like, the thing is, like, the only reason why that makes me think that, well, it's because Superman versus Flash. It's because Superman versus Flash speed.
I think Homelander may have better reaction speed, but A-Train has better travel speed.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
which is
it's
ironic because I'm pretty sure it's literally the opposite with Superman and Flash, isn't it? Like Flash can like run faster, he can react faster, that kind of thing. It's pretty. Yeah, that'd be pretty interesting to see. But yeah, Homelander's just not like. And again, I don't really want to make those videos because like the amount of people where they just give like, you know, the physical stats to Homelander just because he's like a Superman clone. It's like, what has he actually done?
Yeah, because like
here's the thing. Even if you give Homelander his high tier scalings, just give Peter the symbiote and he still beats him.
Yeah.
Like, okay,
or just give Peter the symbiote and he walks right into the freaking office where the 7 are and just goes in there and just goes
like
and just symbiote yanks them.
Like, let's say like high tier scaling for him. He said he was gonna destroy a city one time. Okay, he's city level. Soldier Boy could react to the heat vision from Butcher and Homelander. And obviously Homelander could react to both of them. So like, if you want to say he's light speed because of that, it's like it still wouldn't be enough.
Yeah.
Plus as well, his heat vision actually isn't all that strong. Like, obviously it can carve humans in half, but like, fucking whoop-de-doo, who cares? But like against
it has the potential of being hotter than the sun, though.
But against like some characters, it's not even that powerful. Like Soldier Boy could resist it. Stormfront could.
Like, the biggest thing about it is even Starlight's, like, you know, beams, no one's even sure if they're actually light speed because they just, like, emit light rather than travel at light. Some people are debating that.
Well, personally to me, the Starlight power debate is just kind of stupid for 2 reasons. One, ever since watching this recent season, I feel like she doesn't need her powers.
Yeah.
I just feel like she doesn't need them. After seeing
I wonder
this season.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely rough. But yeah, I might make that as a video one day. Just
question in regards to, like, say, a topic outside of the conversation, but when it comes to Star Wars characters, do you get into a lot of debates with people who just don't know what they're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes. I'm not a huge Star Wars buff. I recently got into it, but like, there's a lot of people who do have like certain arguments that I do disagree with. But
actually,
I'll tell you this: people hate me for this.
Yeah,
and people will hate me for this. I'll tell you, but I don't like most of Star Wars. I only like certain bits of it, like stuff from like the EU lore, like stuff that happens either in the OT trilogy or after, or something that happens before the prequel trilogy, like in the Old Republic. I don't like the prequel era to Skywalker Chosen One stuff. And I think most of that stuff has a bunch of idiots. Like, you have to have the characters be incompetent to such a high degree. It's, like, not even funny. It hurts my brain every single time I watch, like, Clone Wars or anything else.
I do like some parts of the Clone Wars, but it's mostly just, like, I like the characters themselves, but the actual events aren't all that interesting.
Like outside of that prequel events and sequels, it's just like you have a bunch of poor writing, and you just have people either being idiots or just plot contrivances and stuff that's just so damn lucky that it makes your brain hurt.
Brand says for Star Wars, only like the Legends continuity. Anything that is made by Disney is worse than garbage. Well, I mean, Cal Kestis was.
I mean, I disagree with that. Mando, Cal Kestis, like you said, some stuff that they brought up. Like, but it's like the majority. Yeah, I agree. Most of it isn't good, but some stuff is. That I actually like.
The latest episode. I think I got a little like I saw like a little clip of the Acolyte. They mirrored the first encounter with Dagon and Cal.
Wow.
Yeah, but to be honest,
this time it was actual light. But this time I forgot what it was. It seemed like it was like the actual crystal. So they tried to recreate that, and I was looking at it like.
It's actually pretty interesting bringing up Star Wars because that's one of the that's actually a really good example for like people taking feats out of context or what have you, because it's like there's some people where you'll like, for example, you'll watch like the original Star Wars trilogy where like the characters are like moving slow as shit, and you think you'd think to yourself, oh wow, you know, these characters aren't that strong. But then, like, when you read into the lore and, like, you read, like, the prequel stuff and, like, the novelizations, you realize just how strong the characters are. But obviously, like...
Like, you know, the Disney animations where it shows, like, A New Hope Luke versus Vader, and it shows, like, the characters moving fast, animation, Luke getting bloody, moving like a gymnastics. Like, that's how they're supposed to move in lore. It's just, like, technology at the time just wasn't up to par.
Well, it's like, the characters themselves are just insanely freaking fast, but obviously you just... Like... It always makes me smile when people say, like, oh, like, characters are not that fast because, like, you can see them moving. It's like, do you know how freaking boring fights would be if characters were actually at light speed? Like, you wouldn't be able to see what's going on. Like, because you physically can't perceive light speed.
I mean, it's somewhat debatable because it's one of those things where Jedi, even if going all out, struggling against normal humans or aliens that aren't at that level. It's kind of funny when you think about it because people bring that up all the time.
Yeah, but anyways. I do think, though, like, whenever it comes to Star Wars scaling... But before I even get into that, this is gonna sound crazy. How would you feel, and I was probably, like, the craziest question, because, like, I've asked a lot of people this, would you feel like if we ever get a Star Killer live-action movie, how would you feel?
I actually wouldn't hate it if it's portrayed as it is in, like, the
Force
expanded material instead of the grand... Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is a Star Killer movie, I think, can work if people just stop going to the grandiose idea that Galen Merrick is just super OP and look at all the context that was laid out in both, like, in not just the game, but just in overall lore. Because I agree he is strong, but he's not as strong as people make him out to be.
That's actually a really good... That's a really good point, actually, because, like, there are some people where, they say, like, oh, he's fantastic, you know, he dueled Darth Vader, and, like, he was, like, kicking his ass and what have you. It's like, no, he was, like...
He was using his weakness against him.
Like, Vader wasn't even trying when he dueled, like, Starkiller. Meanwhile, Starkiller was, like, going all out, fighting for his life. So, like, I don't understand how that makes you equal to each other.
Plus, it's been a minute since I played Force Unleashed. How did he learn Force Lightning?
It's implied Vader actually knew the abilities and was learning under the Emperor, and the Emperor was actually along with this plan to like groom Galen to like hunt down the Emperor's enemies. So Vader had all the resources the Emperor had to like teach Galen all the Sith abilities, but mainly for combat, not Sith sorcery.
Also, I think it's fun. I think it's funny. I'm pretty sure in the game, like Galen like hits Vader with like Force lightning, and people are like, "Oh wow, it's impressive." Like he sent Vader flying. It's like, isn't Force lightning one of Vader's weaknesses?
Yes.
Yes, and
or like electric judgment
Star
for like the Jedi.
So here's the thing. I come into this debate with people a lot because people don't understand how things work. They say that Galen Merrick, or Starkiller, is a Gary Stu, so why should we complain about Rey? I'm like, no, she isn't. And I go into detail in saying that Galen was produced by 2 Jedi, so him being extremely Force sensitive makes sense. He was probably trained from birth. Then he was trained by Vader for at least 15 years in the dark side of the Force in combat. Yeah. Like, and if you look into training, it was brutal as hell. Like, he didn't just get powerful all from nothing. He had to earn it. He had to like put himself through hell itself just to get where he's at. And even then, he's still not as capable as Sidious or Vader. I even say that he's probably no different than the Emperor was in his youth. Like, it's like, holy fuck. Like, no matter what ending you get, he gets his ass kicked and the Emperor wins. And one ending, he straight up dies, and the other one, he becomes a monstrous slave to the Emperor. And that doesn't even count the time Vader beat the piss out of him.
Yeah,
I feel like
he's definitely lost a lot.
Account for, if we're actually going to account for that, then by default, whatever ending you get, he dies.
It's like those people who tried saying Luke was like a Gary Sue. It's like, how?
Now, for Rey, the first movie, it made sense of her not to be quote-unquote Mary Sue or Gary Sue. But after that, in the second one, it's just very confusing at that point. Because why is Finn doing better than Rey?
Well, to me, it became a Mary Sue the moment that she introduced the idea that she was better than Luke, and they painted her in a better light than Luke ever was. It was like, at that moment, she was glorified by the story.
I just found it funny as well when, like, I can't remember the fucking villain's name, but when he's chastising Kylo Ren, and he's like, yeah, you were beaten by someone who's never held a lightsaber before. I was like, okay, yeah, that's a bit. Because like people have because like the misconception behind Kylo Ren is that he's weak, but like isn't he like confirmed to be stronger than Darth Vader?
That's debatable. Some people say he is, some people say he isn't. You can say that he somewhat is, but Kylo Ren pretty much isn't on the scale.
Oh, like
he may have the raw power.
Yeah, like I feel as though Vader versus Kylo is kind of like Miles versus Peter in a sense, where like Kylo probably has like the raw power advantage, but like Vader's more disciplined. You know, he trained like the light side and the dark. Well, Kylo probably trained light and dark, but like you know what I mean. Like Vader like trained a whole lot longer. He was naturally gifted, you know, that kind of thing.
Here's the only argument that I can make for that, and this is probably the only argument I can make for that is Kylo has to be mentally unstable. Like he has to be mentally broken at that point. Because, like...
I mean... Like, here's my hot take with Star Wars. My favorite character in Star Wars, and I know people are going to either call me a glazer or hate me for it, but Revan is my favorite character in Star Wars. Yeah. And I think he can be among the tier in the verse, but people think that he's, like, on, like, the very, very top tier to the point he can beat anyone. I just disagree with that, but at the same time, I don't think he's fodder to the point he would lose to, like, say, someone like Mace Windu, for example. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where people will go into different interpretations. My interpretation is, if you look at Valkorion and you go into the idea that in futures Revan possibly could beat him, he has the potential to be high, but he never reached that in life. So when people call him fodder, I'm just like, wow, seriously?
See, I feel like Revan is the perfect example of a character where it depends which version of him you use. Because, like, if you use, like, I think it's, like, Redeemed Revan, where, like, he's a Grey Sith or a Grey Jedi or what have you. Like, I'm pretty sure that's the strongest version of him. But, like, if you use, like, Darth Revan, for example, he's, like, not as strong.
Actually, there's more context to that. He's actually never at his peak in any point of the story. Like, you could say that when he was Darth Revan.
I'm not saying he reaches his peak. I'm just saying that's the strongest we've seen him.
No, what I'm just trying to say is, like, Revan had so many stuff going against him because at that time he didn't have his memories. And even when he got his memories back, he was drugged and tortured for years. Like, he was drugged with a poison that prevented him from feeling the Force for years.
Jesus.
He couldn't even recover from that in like a day, and then he had to fight the Sith Emperor, which people say he lost too badly. He held his own for a time, even though he partially still lost, but he wasn't fully recovered from those years of torture and drugging. Like, people take that out of context, just water. Like, it wasn't a guaranteed victory. Even Scourge said it was possible he could beat him, but it wasn't a guarantee. That's why he betrayed him.
Revan seems underrated skill-wise. He probably scales to Qui-Gon.
Disagree. I say in terms of, like, if you look at everything about Revan, he has potential. It's just that people overrate him and people underrate him at the same time. It's like people want to use his higher scalings, but then people say he's fodder. He's just an anomaly of a character. I just like him for the story. And
I feel like Revan would be closer to someone like Dooku or maybe Vader in terms of skill. Where like Dooku, he had like one form of like combat that he mastered, and he could just kick everyone's ass. But then you have like you have someone like Vader who just mastered all of them.
Well, I'm just saying this, like, Revan has actually mastered all forms of lightsaber combat, but he focuses on Form 6, which is the moderation form, meaning he's the generalist, he's not a specialist. And the thing about it is, I would consider Revan to be like Starkiller in the sense that he's not as powerful as the top tiers, but he has the potential to be.
Yeah,
like,
I
he's
think that's
pretty
fair.
much
Yeah.
Like, that's I rank him objectively speaking. Like, I just feel like people underrate him and overrate him all the time. So when I see Glazers, I hate it. When I see underraters, I hate it.
It's like that's kind of the same mentality I have with like Anakin Skywalker with like the Clone Wars. It's like obviously he had the potential to overtake everyone, but like he didn't achieve that potential in the Clone Wars. And it's like it kind of obviously you had like outliers like in the show with like son and daughter or whatever it is, where like he was fucking insane with those, but like based on like his consistent showings, he had the potential to be the best, but he never reached that potential. I think
Star Wars is very.
So I think people overrate Anakin for that reason.
Yeah, but people underrate Revan just because he's a past character from a Sith era. The issue is that most Sith from that era are kind of outliers from the Rule of Two verse, because Darth Bane didn't uncover all knowledge. He outright said that most of it was lost to history, so he didn't master every ability. So when people say he mastered every dark side ability more than anyone else ever has, he outright says most of the knowledge from the ancient Sith has been lost, even their names and who they were and what they did. And it was just one of those things where people take a statement out of context just to overrate Bane. He's not as strong as, say, Exar Kun, and even then people say Exar Kun was stronger as a spirit, despite the fact the whole story is he wants to resurrect himself because he isn't as powerful as he was in life.
Yeah, because
it's kind of like,
because like I'm pretty sure, because I think Exar Kun, I think he's the guy that people overrate, because like I'm pretty sure he fought like was it like EU like Luke Skywalker, but like Luke wasn't at 100% when that happened.
I mean, Luke did outright say that he is as comparable to Darth Sidious, but that's just saying he's comparable, not that they're on the same level.
Well, yeah, it's like you could say the same thing with Vader. Like there are multiple statements saying he's like comparable or like not far behind Sidious, and I'm pretty sure like Sidious himself is like, yeah, Vader can kill me. But like it doesn't mean they're comparable. It doesn't mean they're the same. Sorry, that's what I should say.
Yeah, like they're comparable, but they're not on this. Like you can clearly see who's above who, even if they're similar in terms of power.
Yeah, pretty much. Here's the thing with Revan. Drew. Wait, oh no, I've missed a few messages. Hold on. When Kylo revived Rey, I thought they would both keep Force reviving each other until they both died. Do you imagine if they did that? They just kept like, it'd be like in a game, like where you just keep reviving each other. Here's the thing with Revan. Drew said that Malik is better with a sword, and Malik is probably around Dooku level. That's why I think Revan is around Qui-Gon. I mean, you can argue back and forth. Like you're probably not wrong. It's like there's again, I think it's one of those where it's like it's up to interpretation.
I mean, the biggest thing about that is that Malik only specialized in swordsmanship, where Revan specialized in everything else, and it was better than Malik in everything else. So, and Revan beat him twice in a duel, and one he lost his own memories. So you have to admit he has to be somewhat skilled to beat Malik on a conventional level. So they're on the same level, even if Malik is a bit better. It's kind of like Anakin versus Dooku. Like Anakin was always on pressing on Dooku, even if Dooku was the better swordsman.
But it's kind of, I think as well, it depends as well based on like the how like two fighters match up to each other. So like for example, Kenobi and Anakin, it's like I'm pretty sure it's confirmed that Anakin was indeed stronger, but not Qui-Gon, fucking Kenobi was like more skilled, and his specific form of lightsaber combat countered Anakin's.
But the way I always saw it, there was this YouTuber, I believe, he made a bunch of Star Wars Versus videos, and he actually makes very high quality videos on why some characters beat others, but he basically said that it's like rock, paper, scissors. It's based on what a character specializes in, and it matters if it counters it. Like, Yoda can almost take on anyone because of his stamina and his form, but someone can easily counter him, like you can say Exar Kun could probably beat Yoda in a lightsaber duel if you look at it that way. It's just one of those things where it's about what they specialize in rather than
like you could
in a fight. It's not.
You could probably say that like Sidious beats like Yoda in like a Force battle, but like Yoda would beat him in a duel kind of thing. Or,
yeah,
like,
that type
versa.
of thing. Or the same level. They're just like specialized in different things, like Yoda in lightsaber combat, Sidious in force power. That's why that they're somewhat relative, but one is clearly better than the other in one category.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Although I think some people are just naturally better. Like when you have like some characters who, you know, they're just great at everything. So I think it comes down to more conventional sense, like who has like more abilities, who's like more powerful, kind of thing. I agree with that. Saber versus Saber, Yoda beats Sidious. Force versus Force, Sidious wins. Yeah, like some characters just specialize in different stuff.
I would. Here's the thing about Star Wars I don't like. It's the idea that, say, some people are born with, say, higher... Like, you know, Anakin being the chosen one, he was automatically born with the potential to be better than everyone else.
Yeah.
I always got into that of the original trilogy's idea that everyone had the Force. Some people were naturally gifted in it, but anyone can have the potential to use it. Kind of like that. I like think of it like that.
You shouted me.
Yes, indeed, you did.
Okay, cool.
But
Also,
that's how I always seen Star Wars. It's just one of those things where I don't like the idea that you're fixed by genetics, or because even in the EU, Luke said that midichlorians don't determine your potential in the Force, but they are an indicator of potential. It's kind of like the idea of an IQ test where, yeah, you can score high, but it doesn't mean that it actually ranks intelligence.
I think as well, it's kind of similar with Darth Maul, for example, where like originally he was never intended to like use the Force. Like he was like intended to be like an assassin, but then like he learned Force techniques. So like,
or Bajo Press with, you know, how he didn't have the Force at first, but then he got it through the Night Sisters.
Yeah, I think as well, I think it's confirmed within the lore that it's not necessarily just your raw power, like that isn't enough by itself. It's also like your discipline and your control, because like the so like for Attack of the Clones, you know, when like Dooku beats Kenobi and Anakin, and it's like not even close.
I mean, when people say the Jedi are like in like tens of thousands, when there are trillions of people in the galaxy, first off, not those are probably like the top tier in terms of like, because Jedi use midichlorians to figure out who to train, so they probably only pick those with high counts, whereas Luke's Jedi Order picks everyone, like in the Legends.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm just saying, you know, like with that one scene in Attack of the Clones where like Dooku beats Kenobi and Anakin. Well, it's like it's stated in the novel that like Anakin, in terms of raw power, had already surpassed Yoda, like at that point in his story. It's just that he was like inexperienced. He didn't have the discipline or like the control over his power. Yeah, which is why like even though Yoda was technically weaker than Anakin because of like his skill and stuff, he was able to like press Dooku and eventually like make him retreat. So I think that's another reason why some characters are stronger than others. Like you have characters like Yoda, Vader, who are just extremely disciplined characters. You know, very experienced. You know, they fought a lot of battles. Probably why they just have like better showings than other characters. Or like someone like Galen Merrick, for example. It's like not necessarily at the end of his journey, but like midway through, it's like he's certainly got the power, but he just doesn't have like as much control or experience. So I think that does play a factor in like fights as well.
I mean, that's the thing about the lore in general, is that, like you said, it's the discipline and training. And there's a reason why people don't like Rey, is because she may, like, even if you were to say she had the same raw power as Anakin still had more training and still was almost fodder to top tiers. So it's kind of like that thing where Rey, the only way Rey can be as good as she is if she's more powerful than anyone in the verse.
Yeah, which
even
is, I think that's kind of where the whole Mary Sue argument comes from. It's like, she has, like, no training. She's just naturally, like, busted in terms of power.
Yeah, it's just all continuity, because is she the chosen one? If so, then no one said it, and Anakin's still the chosen one in Disney, so you just kind of fuck yourself.
Yeah, I've got to go. I'm going to be ending the stream soon, so we'll just answer a few questions. Anakin, just skill-wise, is probably above average knight. He's not quite a master level.
Yeah, I agree with that, because Anakin never really... He only specialized in lightsaber combat, but in terms of force abilities, he was probably like average knight level. He didn't really specialize in anything.
I think he did.
Even if he
I think he did rely on his raw power to an extent.
Wait! It's talking about Clone Era Galen.
What's our fault on Galen versus
Clone
Anakin
Era.
Clone Wars era?
Yeah.
I mean, and because there's a lot of stuff saying that Starkiller was more skilled and more versatile than Anakin ever was.
That's interesting.
Actually, that is a very interesting point, because Ahsoka, even though in the live action, yes, I watched the live action of it, Ahsoka is known to hold her lightsabers in a similar way that Galen does.
Just for the sake of I'm gonna have to be ending the stream, I thought I'd do just ask a couple of questions just to like end it on a fun note. And since we're talking about Star Wars, we'll make it Star Wars related. So the first question is, which character do you prefer, Luke Skywalker or Anakin Skywalker? Asafe, you first.
I think we already did this, and during our first stream, I said Luke.
We may have done that. I have a few more Star Wars ones there. It's fine. Phoenix?
Luke.
Okay. Any reasons, or?
Just because if you go from the context of just character, Luke is just, wouldn't say as complex as Anakin, but he represents the everyman of a story. And he kind of just fits that role of someone who is strong, but, you know, he's not grandiose or arrogant like Anakin was. It was just like the idea that he treated himself like an ordinary person, put in an extraordinary situation.
Yeah, I'd probably...
That's why I love...
I think I'd agree with Luke as well, mainly because, like, he had, in my opinion, he had a much bigger, like, journey, where, like, he was kind of way over his head at the start of his journey, but then he became progressively more disciplined and, like, became more engaging, I suppose.
I mean, for me, it was just because, like, he was, like, the first, like, ever, like, he's like the first person that I ever saw in Star Wars, so.
And then, my second question is, who was a better villain, Sidious or Vader?
Vader.
Sidious.
Wow, okay.
So, the reason I didn't choose Vader is because Vader is a very complex character. I know he's a villain in most cases, but it's kind of like that saying, a broken evil versus pure evil.
Yeah, I get that.
I don't know, I just like the broken evil.
Yeah, I think I do prefer Vader, for real. Even though Sidious obviously has the voice, which we all love.
I think is cooler and can rival Luke. I just think that Sidious is just the more overpowered villain that no one can beat, that even Vader would fear. I just think Vader's cooler, and, you know.
I respect that. And then my final question for the day, what is your favorite color of lightsaber?
Me, it's a crayon blue, like a lightish blue, like the original, like, you know, lightsaber, not the darkish blue you like see in the Clone Wars, but like that lightish blue color that looks almost a tad green.
Yeah.
I've been playing a lot of Jedi Survivor too, so I have to go with indigo, probably like dark blue.
Yeah, for me, I think it's either I'm a bit boring, so I think for me it would either be a red lightsaber that the Sith use, or it would be fucking I have Count Dooku in my head. It's not Count Dooku. Bastard, what's he called? Mace Windu. Mace Windu's purple lightsaber.
Purple?
Yeah, I think those would be my favourite too. Cliche answers, I know, but I just love them. But anyways, that is where we are going to be ending it for today. So we will see you guys for tomorrow with the actual disagreement there, even though pretty much every stream this week has been a disagreement there, apparently. Again, massive thank you as always to Phoenix, Asafe, and everyone else who has been in VC. Really means a lot for taking the time out of your day to be here. Whilst we were streaming, we hit 4,200 subscribers, so 420. Hype. Might make a community post taking the piss out of it, maybe, but either way, it means a lot. Thank you so much. Yeah, with that being said, if you have any topics for tomorrow's disagreement day, feel free to drop by and talk with us about the topics, because that would be awesome. So with that being said, have a great rest of your day, guys, and we will see you tomorrow.
I'm gonna go watch The Boys now.
You're gonna go watch The Boys?
Have a good day, everyone.